Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Zavala, and I am the interim SELPA director for Imperial County. I'd like to thank you so much for joining us today as we are starting our last day of our journey through the practitioner's guide on improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. Today we will be focusing on all things chapters 8 and 9, section 5 and 6 of the practitioner's guide. Sections 4 and 5, I'm sorry, of the practitioner's guide. So I want to thank everyone that has been joining us through Zoom, through this multiple day series, all of our friends that have been joining us both in person and online. Excuse me. Today we actually have friends in person that came all the way from Monterey County. So thank you so much for being here. Moving through, again, I wanted to share that this project is brought to you through our Imperial County SELPA, our Imperial County Office of Education, CDE, and also CCEE. Today's presentation is brought to you via Zoom in a webinar format. We have our team manning the Zoom webinar, so feel free to ask questions and we'll get to them as soon as possible throughout the day. Again, we value your participation. Please utilize the Q&A, the chat, in order to share insights on information shared today, any of those burning questions related to exiting students that are English learners through the IEP process and through the reclassification process. So again, we love engaging with you. We love receiving your emails even after the presentation. Please share and feel free to contact us with any additional questions you may have as we complete today. Our resources can be found here through the Padlet. Utilize the bit.ly link. You will find the slide deck and also access to the Padlet. Remember, we really encourage you to use the slide deck with your teams back at your districts. You can make a copy, you can feel free to share, and continue to utilize the resources provided through the Padlet. And we continue to update the Padlet throughout our time together and throughout engaging in this work together. We would love to hear from you across the state. Please utilize the Zoom chat to drop in your name, introduce yourselves, share what district, COE, or SELPA you may be joining us from, as well as your current position. We really encourage multidisciplinary teams to participate in today's event and series, and please share if you are a teacher, a TOSA, a director of special education, administrator, principal, school psychologist. We would love to hear from you as we continue to encourage multidisciplinary teams to work together in this work. So I'll take a moment for you to share where you are from. Again, locally here in person, we have friends from Monterey County and in Imperial County as well. So thank you. I'd like to introduce our small but mighty team once again. My name is Christina Zavala. I'm the interim SELPA director. Just a quick background. My background is in the area of school psychology. I've also served as a director of special education at a high school district. I'm also certified in assistive technology and completing those assessments. And I also have a background in school neuropsychology. We also have Vanessa Lopez here with her background in as a special education teacher for 16 years, as well. She has served as an EL coach. So she also brings a wealth of knowledge with background in assistive technology and adaptive PE. And we have Lupita Olguin-Rubio, whose background, she has spent 20 years in the area of English language development and also serving as a teacher. Not with us today is Dr. Deborah Montoya, but she continues to work with our team as a lead consultant. And again, her background and expertise is in the area of school psychology and a wealth of experience in administration as a director of special education and also our former SELPA director. So we are excited to be with you here again today, and just quickly just wanted to share that we are able to continue to this work as we were refunded as a special education resource lead, awarded the continued funding to continue this work, and we are excited for that amazing news. So more to come. And just reiterating that we are Imperial County SELPA. We are part of the California System of Support. If you're not sure where we're located down at the bottom of this California map in the southeast region on the border of Arizona and Mexico. So we are excited to be part of this project and work with all of the other system leads in this much needed work. So just to give us some background information and ground us, again, who are we, in our discussions today, who are English learners with disabilities? So again, English learners are students that their home or native language is any other language other than English, and they are in the process of learning academic English. And our students with disabilities are students that have been formally identified and assessed as having a disability in one or more of the 13 disability categories as identified under IDEA. And their disability is adversely impacting their learning. And receiving special education services or related services are needed in order to make adequate educational progress. Within California, we currently have a total of 774,000 students, 72% of our students having a disability, and of that number, we have 26% as identified as English learners. So those would be our students that are considered duly identified. Again, we have been moving through the practitioner's guide. This is our grounding resource and an excellent tool for you to utilize with your teams at your respective districts, county offices of education, SELPAs, in order to provide guidance in supporting English learners with disabilities. So I'm going to hand it over now to my colleague Vanessa Lopez as she begins to get us started through Chapter 8. Thank you.
Can I grab the clicker? Thank you. All right, everybody. Hello, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. We have a beautiful sunny Thursday morning here in Imperial County. Hopefully your area is affording you such a wonderful day such as ours today. So as Christina mentioned, we are going to get started today on all things Chapter 8. Chapter 8 is the one chapter in Section 4 of the Practitioner's Guide, and it focuses in on all things related to potential exit. And I say that with a pause because we don't want to treat this as a checkbox, as a roadmap to exiting students, more about the considerations the teams must take as we start making that recommendation and working towards looking at how appropriate a recommendation for exit might be. So again, as I mentioned, Section 4. Section 4 has one chapter, and that one chapter is Chapter 8. All things proposing exit. When we look at this image right here that lays out the contents of the chapter, you're going to be able to see that Chapter 8 covers a variety of topics. When we look at the content of the chapter, it's going to follow this exact same order. So if you're following along at home and you're popping open your practitioner's guide along with the slide deck, know that we're going to be covering the content in that sequential order to be able to engage in this conversation and reflection. I also want to invite our Zoom friends that as we're looking at Chapter 8 content, to utilize the chat feature to engage with our panelists that are Christina Zavala and Lupita Olguin-Rubio. They are manning the chat while I'm speaking, and when I'm done speaking and go back, I'll be manning the chat as well. So feel free to address any questions, comments, concerns that you would like addressed utilizing the chat feature, and we'll be glad to address as many of them as possible. So again, Chapter 8, Exiting English Learners from Special Education Status. Let's get started taking a look at some of the questions that are going to be addressed in this chapter. Every single chapter, if you've already been with us day 1, 2, and 3, you know that every chapter opens up with questions related to teachers and administrators. So the chapter aims to answer or at least entertain salient points related to these questions from a teacher's viewpoint and from an administrator's viewpoint. So again, for our live participants, raise your hand, ask your question. We welcome questions. Some of our best conversations and reflections have been based on questions that come from the audience. We will run and get you a microphone because we want our Zoom friends to hear your brilliance. So just hold up for the mic before you ask your question. All right, Chapter 8. This chapter is going to address how exiting a student from special education services has to be based entirely on an IEP program team decision that is inclusive and reflective of multiple factors. We want to really preface our trip down Chapter 8 with that in mind. There is not a single criteria that should point you in that direction. This is a discussion that is part of the team formula, the team structure, where we're looking at multiple factors. Because the work that we do focuses in on all things the intersection of English learners and disability, we want to ensure that as we're having these conversations, our ELD teachers, ELD TOSAs are part of the conversation, because we know that that intersection between English language proficiency and manifestation of the disability has some very nuanced points that we want to make sure that we discuss fully to ensure that appropriate supports are in place so that our students, if a potential exit is recommended, still have what is necessary to continue to make meaningful academic progress. So we've shared this information before. We're looking at disability categories in the state of California, a breakdown of percentage of students. We know that we might have some percentage point fluctuations, but nothing major. We'll stay within the area of 36, 35, 37% for SLD. Speech and language impairment as the second most frequently occurring one, and then autism. So one of the points that we like to highlight when we are considering disability categories in the state of California is that those top 3 have a connection to language. And in our previous sessions, we've discussed how important it is to disentangle whether we are looking at a language difference or a disability. As we're looking at these disability categories listed, I invite you to take a look at them and tell me where English learners is. Why is it not there? Because it's not a disability, right? Vanessa's with her trick questions before 9 a.m. So being an English learner is not a disability. So we want to ensure that when we are assessing, we are using appropriate assessment measures and practices, tools, etc., to make sure that we are considering that very nuanced intersection or potential pointing to. So when we move forward, I want us to think about these disability categories that are the most frequently occurring, right? I want us to think of the eligibility evaluations that will take place before we make a full-on determination. I want us to think of the potential impact of the disability on English language acquisition and vice versa, and how will we know what is what? Spoiler alert, I don't have the answers to that. Okay? So you're not going to walk out of here with a checklist that tells you this is this, that is that. I'm sorry. Right? Which is why special education is so exciting and sometimes terrifying. Right? Because as human beings, we want a black or white, yes or no. We want a clear-cut answer, but we know that in special ed, the answer is always what? It depends, right? All right. So, long-term English learner data, again, as I mentioned earlier, we might see some percentage point fluctuations, but basically this is what the breakdown typically looks like. We have, of our English learners with a disability, we have 13.6% at risk of being long-term English learners. Almost 40% are long-term English learners with a disability, 10% at risk of becoming a long-term English learner, 17% are long-term English learners, and 17%, almost 18%, English learners that are making quote-unquote adequate progress. So some sobering data there. And we've covered it in section 3, where we talk about educational programs, where we talk about the development of the IEP, where we talk about the importance of comprehensive ELD, quality comprehensive ELD that is inclusive of designated and integrated. And I bring that up because long-term English learners, that term, that label, conjures up many things. And one of the first things is the why. And I invite you to be reflective about your comprehensive ELD programs, practices, structures, as we try to disentangle the why. Bless you. In our flyers and in a lot of the documentation we push out and resources we push out, we really highlight the importance of the multidisciplinary team. So Christina earlier introduced our small but mighty team comprised of 4 individuals, Dr. Deborah Montoya as our lead consultant, former senior SELPA director here in Imperial County, now in Oceanside, we miss her. But also looking at the makeup of the team as a whole. As Christina mentioned, Lupita's background is general education, specifically ELD, elementary. Gen Ed, ELD, elementary, and curriculum department here at our county office, overseeing programs, wealth of knowledge. My background, sorry about that, is 18 years in the special education classroom. I know, shocking, this face, 18 years. RSP, SDC, EL learner, coach, academic support teacher, and resource teacher. So yes, I'm a busybody. Topping all that off with my 5 years here at SELPA. So at SELPA, I do all things related to inclusionary practices, Circle of Friends, Special Olympics, adapted physical education, finishing up my master's degree in APE, and I'm a certified AT assessor as well. On top of that, I'm an autism mama. So I bring that lens to the fold. And then you heard from Christina with her wealth of background. So very much in the vein of the Wonder Twins, we bring our powers together. And that is our superpower. We have individual abilities, but we bring it together and we are all that much more useful, we hope, to all of you and to all of the individuals we connect with because of our varied lenses and collective expertise. You have that same power at your own sites. The smartest person in the room is always the room. Everybody else that's in there. That is truly the best way for me to highlight my analogy of the team lift. Think of Costco, those huge items. One person couldn't do it. Or you could, but you'd end up a sweaty mess, maybe injured. We don't want that. We want to bring together our collective superpowers to really provide the necessary information as we develop and understand robust student profiles, and that can only be done through the multidisciplinary team approach. So I sort of led you up to this FAQ. This FAQ is located within Chapter 8 along with other frequently occurring questions. But this question itself asks, is it a legal mandate that a member of the English learner department and the IEP team meet for an English learner who is being considered from exit for special education? Okay, think about the question and pop your response in the chat. And if you're here in person, give me a thumbs up if yes, you think it's a legal mandate. No, if it isn't. Sideways if you're not sure, because, and I'm not sure, and I don't know is perfectly okay. Yeah. What do you think? It should be or it shouldn't be? Oh, she's busy and okay. What does the chat say? Do we have yays, nays, I don't know, it's a combination of all? All right, survey says the answer is FAQ from the U.S. Department of Education regarding English learners with disabilities. It is essential that IEP teams for English learners with disabilities include persons with expertise in second language acquisition and other professionals, such as speech-language pathologists who understand how to differentiate between language acquisition difficulty and disability. Mandated? No, but essential. Recommended. Highly, highly recommended. Okay. So one of the ways that we can get started in making sure that this is taking place is extending the invitation across the hallway, knowing who your EL person is, and letting them know how vital their expertise is to these considerations. The importance of the team lift here is critical. So absolutely, if these are practices you're already engaging in, fantastic. If you're getting started, don't give up. If you're thinking about getting started, let us know how we can help, because there are definitely resources to support that engagement and discussion to cull from each other's expertise to fully inform what we're doing for students. All right, let's get into the nitty-gritty, the criteria for exiting. So under IDEA, it may be appropriate, we love things like that in SPED, it may be appropriate for a student to exit special education for various reasons. Because again, this is very nuanced. We require multiple contexts for approaching this conversation. However, here are some. The student has graduated from high school with a regular high school diploma and is thus no longer eligible to receive SPED services under IDA. That's pretty clear cut. I don't think any of us have any questions related to that. That's not an easy one, but it's a clear-cut one. Second one, if a student does not graduate with a regular diploma, he continues to be eligible to receive special education services, not a seat in a classroom, services, up to his 22nd birthday. At that point, the student is no longer eligible to receive services in the public setting. So first one is graduation, second one is aging out. Third one, parents or a student who is an adult may receive consent for special education and related services. The student would may revoke consent for special education and related services. Therefore, the student would exit special education as this would terminate eligibility. So revoking of consent, either from the parents or if the student is an adult, from the student themselves. An IEP team, to include the parent, remember California is a consent state, meaningful access and participation for parents, may determine the student no longer requires specialized supports and related services and exit the student. That is a heavy one. That is a heavy, heavy, heavy one to consider because the team that has the collective expertise, that has a deep understanding of the student profile, the dimensions of identity, the manifestation of the disability, the language acquisition arc, and where they are, is saying, we have determined that this particular student no longer requires specialized supports and related services. Therefore, we find it appropriate to exit the student. You are removing supports and services. So again, a lot to consider because the impact to the individual could be huge. Either way, I've seen it go both ways. I've seen it go both ways where a student was perhaps receiving services based on an assessment or assessment data that was not appropriate. And the team later comes to realize, you know what, this was not a matter of a disability. This is no longer the case. Our assessments no longer point to SLD. And in consideration and communication and reflective conversation with the ELD TOSA, with the speech and language pathologist, we've come to realize that this was an English learner situation and the services are no longer needed. Okay, so it can always go both ways. So it's important for us to consider all of these points before we make a recommendation. So I want to highlight this very last one because here we want to ensure that when we look at an IEP team, we really go back to the previous FAQ where we stated that although it is not a legal mandate, we really, really encourage the participation of our ELD teachers, ELD TOSAs, or somebody with knowledge of English language development, perhaps a speech and language path, to really take a deep dive in considering where the student is in their academic journey related to special education services and supports, and potential ELD services that continue to be in place because the student is still, in fact, an English learner. So again, very important for us to take those points into consideration. And again, a slide to just drive home what the required IEP team members are, but not limited to. You'll see that some of them say if appropriate, or depending on agencies involved, if transition is involved. But first and foremost, parents, guardians, and or their assigned rep. Gen Ed teacher, specialist, reading coach, EL coach, intervention specialist, speech specialist, again, depending on manifestation of disability and individual need. Special education teacher, case manager, student, if appropriate, and additional individuals with knowledge or expertise on any need that the student might be demonstrating. If the student is receiving OT, if the student is also receiving APE, all of those different elements as well. ABA, support through behavioral health, any other individuals with knowledge or expertise on how the student is experiencing academic, social, emotional, behavioral opportunities in the academic, educationally based setting. And then finally, if they're of age, transition agency reps. So earlier I mentioned that California is a consent state where we want to ensure active and meaningful parent and guardian participation. So knowing that full and well, we have to provide those procedural safeguards. You know, every meeting we offer them. Sometimes parents tell us no more. We have already a stack at home, translated documents, and use of an interpreter. So we want to make sure that we are ensuring meaningful participation. And if the parent's primary language is one other than English, we want to ensure that we are providing an interpreter. And if the parent requests it, translated documents. It's important for us to recognize that because sometimes we know that it can happen where a parent doesn't understand one of the recommendations, one of the determinations made, and later they might say, you know what, I didn't agree to this, and it might have been just something that was quite literally lost in translation. So we want to ensure that all of these elements are really focused in on so that we can truly say that we are ensuring active and meaningful parent and guardian participation. This is what the Notice of Procedural Safeguards looks for us here at SELPA. We know that the parents' rights are detailed in this document. These are available in many, many languages. At each IEPT meeting, we offer a document to the parent where the document itself talks about all things related to federal and state procedural safeguards. We provide this at minimum once per year. This is a written notice to the parents about their rights and how these are going to be received in their language that is easily understood by the general public. Again, parent-friendly language, and always making sure to see if the parent requires verbal explanations if they have any questions, right? So we really want to ensure that we're not just handing it out, but really offering, you know, like, would you like some support with the document? If it's a parent of a child who is at their initial IEP, who isn't yet familiar with the procedural safeguards. So again, variety of situations where you might want to offer your support to properly explain what the document says and what those parents' rights encompass. Okay, so shared a lot. I want to give you a chance to stop, process, and think. Those of you on Zoom, continue to use the chat feature to ask your questions. And those of you here in person, any questions up until this point? Comments, testimonies? Nope? Okay, we good. Let's move on. So back to IDEA. Under IDEA, it may be appropriate for the student to be exited from special education services from all of these reasons. We're recapping. Going back to that last bullet, the IEP team, to include the parent, may determine that the student no longer requires specialized supports. We covered multidisciplinary team, meaningful parent participation, procedural safeguards. Now let's move on to the data. So who's at the table? That multidisciplinary team, inclusive of the parent, meaningful participation, knowing their rights, procedural safeguards. And now we come to the data piece. Ensuring that we have an appropriate level of data literacy to be able to discern what the data is saying, because data can tell multiple stories. In conducting an evaluation, the LEA must use a variety of assessment tools and strategies to gather relevant functional, developmental, and academic information about the child, including information provided by the parent. I want to call out the word variety. Variety of assessment tools. These tools will then generate data information that can help us then consider the impact to functional, developmental, and academic access, processing of the student, including that provided by the parent. We want to look at multiple data points and not make a decision on just one or two. Okay, but what data? What data am I collecting and what do I want the data to show? Because we don't know what we don't know. Sort of like doing that data dive into the cumulative file, right? Like there's so much in there, what is relevant, what's important. So what we're trying to show is that this student may potentially be exited from special education services because they require less direct instructional supports. So if I'm trying to demonstrate that less direct instructional supports are necessary, what data might I be looking at? Progress in class, grades, teacher input. More concretely, we might be looking at perhaps less service minutes, more time in the general ed class. So those are concretes that the team may consider. And one of the points that I want to highlight is that success in the general education class is going to be dependent on accommodations. Effective application, consistent access to accommodations. So if we're truly considering removing services, we want to ensure that the student is in fact spending more minutes in the general education environment, because this then supports the notion that the team has that, you know what, this child requires less direct instruction supports. That's just one example. You might have others. Second one, demonstrates increased ability to work independently. What firm, hard data might we have on that? And as we're going through them, I'm sure you're thinking, oh wow, like that's a hard case to prove. Or where would I even start? Because we're saying you no longer require supports and services. That means that there has been a trajectory that's been upward in general education minutes and success in those general education settings. So this might look like a decrease in more specialized supports. May look like. Again, I'm not providing you an exhaustive lists of what to look for. I'm not giving you a, oh, well, she said we just have to do that. No, I want to be clear about that. We're talking about individual students with very individual needs. So it might look different from one than for another, and that determination lies with the IEP team. We're also saying that the student is meeting grade level expectations and language acquisition. They are progressing as expected when compared to like peers with similar disabilities and language differences. What might that look like? Progress reports, report cards, state testing, district assessments, yes, common formative assessments, interim assessments, all of that information, formal and informal as well, curriculum-based measures as well. Those apply. Those apply. And notice how it also says language differences. Okay? Because we know that when a student is an English learner, ELD services are guaranteed, whether you qualify for special education services or not. The student will still continue to receive comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated. Which brings us to a very specific point. If the student is receiving ELD services within the special education classroom, where will they now receive ELD services? Gen Ed. And we need to ensure that there is a mechanism to ensure that the student is receiving both integrated and designated in general education. And then finally, the last one is that we have data that confirms that the student is able to access and make progress in grade level content. Data, 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 data. We really want to back it up. We really want to make sure that we're making a sound recommendation that is inclusive of all IEP team members. With whose interest in mind? The student. So that brings us back to the assessment question. IDEA requires that all students that are referred for assessment to determine eligibility receive an assessment that meets the requirements found in the IDEA. If you think back to section 2, where we covered content related to chapter 3 and 4, all things pre-referral, referral, and assessment, you'll remember that we shared a checklist and additional resources and activities to ensure that we are meeting all assessment criteria. And that can be found in the Padlet that we'll be sharing throughout. If you look under chapter 3 and chapter 4, you'll find resources related to assessment for special education eligibility. And that really details and gives you a visual guide as to what those requirements found in the IDEA are in relation to special education assessment for eligibility. And remember that when we say eligibility, it's yes, eligibility, or no, eligibility not met. So that requires assessment data. When we have those eligibility review or triennials, right, now called eligibility review, we really want to make sure that we have that data. Yes, we have a question? Okay.
We have a question in the chat. Are you able to please clarify what was just shared about students not receiving integrated and designated ELD in general ed? I wasn't clear on the distinction that was expressed.
Okay, perfect. So we know that some of our students that have an IEP, we know that there's many, but there's three main key decisions that are the jurisdiction of the IEP team when a student is an English learner with an IEP, okay? One of those is, where will designated ELD be taught? We are SACE users, so I'm going to revert to SACE as an example because that's what I'm familiar with. Even in my teaching career, SACE is what I used. Within SACE, there's a section where it specifically asks, where will designated ELD be provided? And the IEP team makes a determination whether that takes place in the general education environment or in the special education classroom. As teachers in California, we can all provide ELD. So if the IEP team determines that the student's needs would be best met in a special education setting, in the special education classroom with a special education teacher, then that would be indicated in the IEP. If the student can still access and have participation in the ELD exchange with the rest of the school, regular ELD classes, then that student, the IEP team will recommend that they receive ELD in the general education setting. When we are proposing exit, we are saying that this student will no longer have access to special education services and supports. So if they were receiving ELD with their special education classroom, then the team has to be ready to know and inform general education teachers that this student will be joining the general education ELD class, ELD exchange, whatever the mechanism is in their classrooms.
Just to clarify, exit from special education is not exit from meal status.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. And that's why I was making that determination for the team to discuss, because oftentimes, and we've heard it where it's like, well, ELD is part of their SPED services. Think back to that slide where I shared, EL was not a disability category. So the team can make the determination that they will be best served with their special education teacher if the needs manifested by the student, whether they be behavioral, social, emotional, the level of direct support is such that requires somebody who is familiar with the manifestation of the disability. Therefore, designated ELD will be provided with the special education teacher. That's fine. The IEP team makes that determination. However, when we remove special education supports, we need to be aware that this student will still need to receive ELD that will be in the gen ed environment now. We really welcome your questions because these pop up throughout our conversation with practitioners statewide. So please do not hesitate to ask your questions because more than likely somebody else is having these same wonderings. And I always like to say this because it's important for us, that we really are here to be thought partners, supportive partners that are helping each other in that team lift. We're all in the team lift together. All of us. Every single one of us in this room, in your classrooms, in your offices, back at home, in Zoom. You wouldn't be here if you weren't in for the team lift. So please don't hold back with your questions and reflections. This is not a safe space. This is a brave space where we want to ask those questions. So again, going back to the disability categories, again, EL, nowhere in sight. We want to ensure that the combined assessments, observations, and input from the IEP team members provide information needed to determine eligibility. That's a must. Also, does the student truly not meet eligibility requirements? And when we engage in these conversations and members of the team ask these questions, to know that this is exploratory, not an opportunity to finger point. Does the severity of the disability have an adverse impact on the student's educational performance? Does the student require special education and services to achieve a free and appropriate public education? Are we prepared as a team to address what might happen if the student begins to not make progress? How are we prepared to handle that conversation? What mechanisms are in place? Very important for us to consider that it's not just about exiting, is what is there for the student. And what's going to help us make that determination is understanding the following. The IEP team discussion should paint a whole picture of the student and their needs. The determination needs to be made whether a disability exists, and if it does, then determine if the disability has a negative impact on the student's ability to learn, because that's where we lie in educationally based eligibility, right? That's what we look at. We are determining if the disability has a negative impact on the student's ability to learn. We know that a lot of our students with a disability might have a Section 504 because they don't meet pieces of this criteria, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about the 504 in a while. The existence of a disability alone does not qualify the student for special education and related services. Bless you. Eligibility is established only when the student is negatively impacted by the disability to the point that he or she cannot access and make progress in grade level curriculum without special education and related services. So in essence, if we go back to that last sentence, when we're saying special education is no longer required, we're saying that the student is no longer negatively impacted by the disability, and that they can, in fact, make continual and sustained progress in the gen ed curriculum without specialized supports. That's what we are affirming. That's what we are saying. Yes, of course.
Being impactful. Thank you. Good morning. My question is that if we are at the point at the meeting where teachers and specialists are presenting all the data that the disability is not impacting the academic growth in the student, but the parent is not in agreement, how do we exit a student like that? Do we continue because the parent has the last word?
So,
Or how is that legally being?
So if the parent doesn't sign off, then, it doesn't happen. The parent really does have the last word. The district can then, take whatever next steps they might determine necessary. For questions like that, we always invite you to reach out to your special education director for guidance as to next steps. But generally, without much information, I can tell you that with much deeper information from the scenario that you shared right now, the answer is if a parent doesn't sign off, then we can't make any changes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, Christina, if you want to add something else to that, having been a SPED director at a district and your experience in relation to if the entire team is recommending exit and then but the parent is not agreeing, what happens next? So to exit, the student had an active IEP. They're having their eligibility review, and the assessment data points to the fact that there is no longer an impact to their access to education, to educational benefit, but the parent refuses to exit the student. What happens? What might be next steps? I shared that it would depend, like I would keep in contact with their SPED director, but that ultimately if the parent doesn't consent, the parent doesn't consent. I don't know if there is.
Yeah, I haven't experienced a situation like that, but I would agree with you that ultimately that is required is to get the parent consent, and there's a stay put until the parent consents to the new recommendations. So I would recommend continuing to meet and gather data, possible additional assessments, bringing in, for example, various team members, but again, trying to work through different supports, possibly coming up with a transition plan, reducing the services for the student, or looking at a different plan within the gen ed setting, so the parent might see where supports would continue to exist if the student were to exit from receiving those services.
Vanessa, I want to add to that. Number one, I appreciate you claiming this space as a brave space. And so back to the scenario, I wonder if, because we are talking about English learners with disabilities and the conversation of a potential exit from services. And again, my background is English learner development, all things English learner. And I'm still learning. One of the things that comes to my mind is the role of comprehensive ELD and the impact that it has on access. I'm not talking about special education at this point. So when a parent, and again, this is a hypothetical, when a parent is at a point where the supports, being special education services and supports, are clear, more often than not, it's a place, although we know it's not a place, and the parent can see that the child is receiving these supports. For comprehensive ELD, it's not that clear, right? So because we're talking about this particular group of students, English learners, who by Title III and Ed Code are required to receive comprehensive ELD. Hit and miss most of the time in my personal experience and opinion. So the parent may be pushing back because it is clear that the student, his or her child with an IEP who is an English learner, is receiving services to support them to access content. Designated and comprehensive ELD is designed for the same purpose. So the question here is, how do we get the kid out? The question is, let's get more information from the parent as to why they feel that this service is necessary, and make clear what the role of general education is. And then again, more importantly, reaching out to general education staff, teachers, support staff, to be able to help support what the student may continue to need, which may, again, hypothetical scenario, but it's a possibility that is maybe a potential reason why parents may not be so quickly in agreement to exit from special education, because they see the services. They know the teacher.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're getting. It's written in a paper, right? You don't see that for comprehensive ELD.
And what that points back to as well is the importance of relationships. So as human beings, we really thrive in meaningful and connected relationships. And in a lot of situations, parents do develop a bond with that special education teacher, that special education staff, and really do feel supported in their journey of really seeing their student grow, and might be hesitant to remove those supports. So as Christina mentioned, a possible next step would be to just ask, okay, why do you feel that way, ma'am? Because oftentimes when we perceive a level of pushback as a negative interaction, we're missing in an opportunity to engage and to try to understand. Seeking to understand is critical in these conversations because as case managers, and again, as I mentioned, having taught for 18 years, my students were my students and I cared for them and I loved them and I wanted, and I know we are not supposed to say that, but like I loved my kiddos, like I really did. But I had to also contend with the fact that parents have another level of concern on top of that. It goes above and beyond that sense of responsibility that I felt as a teacher. So for them, this is like their child, and they want to ensure that they have everything that they need. And as Lupita mentioned, if they're not clear as to what level of support they're going to be receiving once this thing that was so familiar and so helpful to their child is removed, there might be that hesitancy to agree to it. But engaging in those conversations and saying, okay, well, how about we don't remove services completely? How about we go to consultation? How about if we diminish minutes, and see how that goes? But again, even those recommendations need to be based on data and having those meaningful conversations. And a great way to do that is within the IEPT meeting. So that took us over the 9:30 mark. I'm going to go ahead and give us all a break. I intend to give us a break after 60 minutes of content, just because I know that it's dense and we require some processing time to formulate some questions and drop them in the chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a 10-minute timer for a break, to decompress, to move, to refill your coffee cup, to grab a snack. And we will meet back here at 9:43, if I do math correctly. So let's, 9:44, it's 9:34 now. Here at 9:44, we'll meet back and we'll continue our conversation on potential exit. See you in a bit. Thank you for coming back to our Zoom and in-person session. We're having a great time engaging in conversation with our in-person participants and also taking a look at our chat. We appreciate your messages and please keep them coming. Please, please, please keep them coming. So when we were last together about 10 minutes ago, we stopped at this slide that is covering all things related to assessor sensitivity to linguistics and culture. So when we're talking about multilingual learners, students whose primary language is one other than English, we recognize that there are many bits of information and contexts to consider. When we're talking specifically about assessors and sensitivity to linguistics and culture, we're going to focus in on these 4 elements. Number 1, norm-referenced assessments in English and the student's primary language, if those primary language assessments are available. These are used to compare a student's progress to others in their peer group. So in our previous sessions, we talked about different assessments that could be used in additional primary languages. You can find those listed in the Padlet, I believe under Chapter 4, for potential bilingual assessments. Criterion reference tests measuring a student's performance based on the mastery of specific sets of skills. These tests measure what the student knows and does not know at the time of the assessment. So our criterion reference tests. 3 and 4 are oftentimes not highlighted as often as possible, and I believe they are critical to the conversations. Systematic observations and structured interviews. In our previous sessions, we have shared resources related to observations in the ELD class, in the Gen Ed class, in additional environments, as well as documents to support structured interviews with the student, with the parents, and with the teachers. So these documents will help you gather information necessary to have these informed conversations related to the individual student's current functioning and whether or not eligibility criteria continues to be met. So as I shared, Section 2, which is comprised of Chapter 3 and 4, had resources related to referral, pre-referral, and assessment. So when you are in this data gathering phase, Appendix 4.6 and Appendix 4.7 are great resources for you. These resources function as checklists or a compendium of data points that are related to English learners during instruction and in the classroom setting. So we love a resource that does double duty. And this resource can help you with that initial assessment portion. It can also support you in your pre-referral activities as you're gathering more information. And it also might support you in making recommendations for a potential exit. We just love these types of resources because they can be adapted to best fit your needs and to inform the profile that we are developing and understanding and making those recommendations. So Appendix 4.6 and 4.7 are directly pulled from the California Practitioner's Guide, and we've linked them as standalone documents here in this slide for you to click on, download, save, and print out or fill out. These are electronic documents that you can save locally Or if you're like me, sometimes I still like to print things out and use my pencil to fill them out. So these are available for you in those modalities. So again, if anything, we really want to focus in on the following. We want data, 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 data for decision making. That data could be reviewing goals and objectives. Is progress noted on Common Core State Standards? Are goals being met over a series of years, 3 or more? Reviewing results of the most recent individualized state and district assessments. We talked about these earlier. CASP results over time, SBAC results, LPAC results, accessibility tools. Remember that when we're talking about accessibility tools, universal tools and designated supports are available to all students. Reviewing goals and objectives. Here we really want to make sure that if we're going to be having this conversation, we have our historical IEPs. And we want to be clear that we can draw a through line in progress. If we're going to make that recommendation, we should see consistent goal met, goal met, goal met. And if the conversation comes up around, well, what data was used to establish that the goal was met, we should at least be able to speak to that. Yes?
Is anecdotal data, like on a sheet, like an interview, considered data? Is that data?
Anything is data. Okay. Observational data. Observational data. You know, like just like you said, like an interview with a student, especially if, so we want to think back, I'm going to take you back to the present levels page, okay? So on your present levels page, you have that bottom section, or at the top, depending what IEP vendor you utilize. It asks, in order to make progress in identified areas of need, goals will be developed in what areas, right? So that area of need was established in that assessment report for that initial or that eligibility review, right? So it shouldn't change that much, right? If you met eligibility criteria for X, Y, or Z, then that should be reflected in the areas of need that you are indicating in that present levels page. So let's say hypothetically the student meets eligibility criteria under SLD for phonological processing. So the goals that you develop are going to be related to that. So when you use assessment data to drive your present levels, you use your present levels to drive your goals, you use your goals to drive your service minutes, okay? So there needs to be that through line. If you are saying that this student no longer requires special education supports, you want to ensure that goals were being met over a series of years. 3 is not a requirement. That's just one of the reference points I like to use. I want to ensure that there has been consistent progress and that those goals really are not layered, but connected. And I can make that through line in relation to now going backwards. Service minutes, have they been reducing over the years because they have less goals? Do they have less goals because they have been meeting all of their goals? Were those goals linked to the present level areas of need identified? And is that consistent with the assessment data? So assessment, present levels, goals, services, and then backwards, services, diminishing that, dependent on goals, identified areas of need, assessment report. So it's important for us to think of those things as we're making those recommendations. All right, as if things weren't complicated enough, let's throw in their linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. Hooray, hooray. So during section 3, we talked about how we do not require specific ELD goals, rather linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. I just got through saying how the psychoeducational report identifies the disability, how the disability manifests. Based on that, we develop the IEP, establish present levels, and then we indicate how the area of disability manifests and what areas we're going to develop goals to support that. Knowing that, why would we have an ELD goal if being an English learner is not a disability? Louder for the people in the back. Because being an English learner is not a disability, you do not need a standalone ELD goal. You develop an IEP goal based on the disability. What we call for is a linguistically appropriate goal. What makes it linguistically appropriate? The level of supports, primary language supports, linguistic supports embedded in the goal to be able to make progress. Lupita.
To add to that comment, the linguistically appropriate goal will require taking into consideration the student's English language development level as it relates to the goal, the IEP goal. So if we determine that the student is at the emerging level of English language proficiency, we need to understand what that means, what it looks like within the scope of English language acquisition, and then layer that on top of what we have determined to be the student's ability and the types of support as it relates to the student's disability. Vanessa, do you want to further clarify on that?
Yeah, so for example, a student who is at the emerging level is a 5th grade student, has goals developed in reading comprehension of literary text or expository text. And we have another student at the same grade level who also has a reading comprehension goal for informational text. However, this student is at the bridging level. What makes the goal for student A, who is at the emerging level, and student B, who is at the bridging level, what makes it linguistically appropriate for the individuals are the supports you are embedding in that goal.
We would not ask a student at the emerging level to write a 5-paragraph essay, right, without appropriate supports. Actually, we wouldn't do it at all.
Right.
We would scale it all the way down to perhaps a sentence, maybe even a phrase level.
Right. When given a word bank, when given a sentence frame. Yes. When front-loaded vocabulary. Those are the linguistic supports that make that goal appropriate for the student based on where they are in the bridging, expanding, emerging, wherever they might be, knowing full and well that even within those areas, it's a spectrum. Question?
The ELD standards tend to use the term light, moderate, and substantial for
Yes.
support. Can we use those terms rather than the word bank? Can we write moderate support?
Okay, great question. I love it because we get this one often too. What is, and I'm gonna ask Helena. Helena, sorry, Helena, putting you on the spot. Our Ventura friends. By the way, Ventura's in the house. So, Helena, what is the one thing they tell us in SPED, right? When we hand off the IEP to somebody, they should be able to know what?
To read it with enough comprehension to implement it with fidelity and
Right.
effectively. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, Helena, if you received an IEP that said, given substantial linguistic supports, would you know what those are?
Right. It has to be specific enough that anyone could read it and know how to implement it in that day.
Yes. Perfect. So, our ELD friends are well versed and know exactly what a light linguistic support, what a moderate linguistic support is, what a substantial linguistic support is. However, unfortunately, and I have to say my experience, mine, not saying it's yours, I want to be clear on that. My experience was that typically as a special education teacher, I wasn't privy to a lot of the ELD trainings. I was a benevolent irritant, so I would slightly elbow my way into training, but I had very limited understanding in my early years as to what ELD truly was. So as a special educator, I really welcomed that learning opportunity to know what linguistic supports could look like and by level, so to speak. So Lupita mentioned how if there is a writing goal for a student at the emerging level who would need substantial supports, right? Or a student who also has a writing goal but is at the bridging level, light supports, right? What is the outcome will be different. The ELD goals absolutely, the ELD standards absolutely inform your goals. It gives you the pathway to the content, the supports needed. So special education friends, ask for that ELD training. Ask for it. Be involved. Do what I did and ask, hi, is there any ELD training I can go to? That was me. Apologies to my SPED directors and my people at my previous district of employment. But it was so important for me to know because locally, if you recall the map Christina shared with you, we are at the southeastern corner of California where Arizona and Mexico meet. Our bread and butter are English learners. And in my case, as a special educator, it was English learners, multilingual learners, emergent multilingual learners with disabilities. So it's important for us to really have an understanding, which is why I say Wonder Twins unite. We need, yeah, see, Wonder Twins here in the house. You know, we need that. Lupita and I are each other's blind spot spotters. What I'm missing, she fills in. What she's missing, I fill in. That hardly happens, though. And we have really spirited, deep conversations because this is meaningful work. And it really does take a team. So again, if we get anything out of this slide is the following. Linguistically appropriate goals, yes. ELD goals, no. Why not? EL, not a disability category. Yes?
So when people feel the need, I'm sorry.
So, brave space. It seems like people feel, and correct me if I'm not tracking this part, to add, they'll put a /ELD on the goals that they're citing on the ELD page. I'm thinking of it almost like a positive behavior plan, where at the
Right,
bottom,
right.
which goals support this plan. We don't need to write in the area, in the goal, we don't add /positive behavior plan.
You don't
But
need to.
is that,
So you don't need to. And again, like always refer back to your SPED department, because sometimes SPED departments might have some specifics that they want to see based on some legal recommendations, so you always want to check with them as to what the final recommendation is based on that. However, in my practice, I didn't do that.
so you just cited goal number 4.
Right, and then the area of
then-
need, right? And then I would, and here's the other thing, right? Like, let's not just check the box for checking the box, right? We have to be clear as to what makes it linguistically appropriate, right? We have to know that the reason why we're checking that box. And the one thing I would recommend is take a look at your baseline. So when you're developing your baseline, one of my practices was student X is at the emergent level in listening. And then I would write the baseline data directly related to the area of need based on the disability. So because I was already noting where they are, so then that supports the level of linguistic support, what the linguistic supports look like. So that was my practice, because it was more of a processing support for me as a teacher, why I was making that recommendation, and why I was identifying certain supports. Yeah. Yes, Lupita.
Question in the chat.
Mhm.
We've been dinged so many times when they don't see reading /ELD in the IEP. What about that? I'm going to start and then I'll just tag team it.
Okay.
With the limited information that we have based on this question, ELD, if you put an ELD standard in the IEP goal, you have to keep in mind that all standards, not just the ELD standards, the way that they're written is an indication of what the student will be able to do after that full year of instruction. So it's a goal, right? After a full year of instruction. So the consideration for English language development as it pertains to linguistically appropriate IEP goals for English learners with disabilities is a couple of things, maybe more, but 2 things come to my mind immediately. Number 1, we absolutely must know and understand the student's language proficiency level as determined by the LPAC, and understand what that looks like in the context of learning as it relates to the student's disability and the domains, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. It's complex. It's complex. So if there is a ding, then we need to kind of step back and ask ourselves, why is the ding there? Is it because we didn't write a goal, or is it because it's not happening? And if it's not happening, we have to ask ourselves, what do we need to know and be able to do to ensure that that goal is happening, that those linguistic supports are happening? Because the ding is not because of the paper, the ding is because it's not happening. Vanessa, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, we've heard that comment. Sometimes we've heard, like in our district, they require an ELD goal. And that is, I think, as a result of feedback from some of those reviews. And again, not knowing the specifics of your district, your situation. I don't really know what kind of feedback you're getting in relation to that, but I can tell you that the practitioner's guide speaks clearly and links it directly to what the requirements are. And the practitioner's guide, those of you that have the guide with you, if you pop it open to chapter 5 and go through pages until you get to the frequently asked questions. So go to chapter 5, find frequently asked questions, and if you pull through in those frequently asked, do you have the page number, Lupita? Sorry. 388, perfect. So page 388, frequently asked questions for chapter 5. If you scroll through those questions, one of them directly calls out linguistically appropriate goals. The question is, are ELD goals required? I think something like that. Is it there? Oh, no, so we need, yeah, chapter 5, 228, page 228. And let me borrow that really quick. Okay, so on page 228, towards the bottom, the question reads, must English language development goals be included in the IEP? Answer, no. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act requires that IEP goals be developed in areas of need related to the student's disability. Being an English learner is not a disability. Rather, state and federal regulations require that IEP goals be linguistically appropriate, which means they must be written at a level of linguistic ability that is appropriate for the student based on her current English language development level, as evidenced by recent assessment, LPAC or alt-LPAC.
Including math goals,
All goals.
And that's, I think, there's
Behavior goals.
behavior, That's all.
So one of the conversations that we have also around this prong of the conversation for linguistically appropriate goals is that goals in behavior, goals in social emotional, goals in APE can be linguistically appropriate. If a student is an English learner and you have an APE goal and you're using posters to illustrate what the movement should look like, what the movement pattern, what the requirement is for an appropriate underhand throw, a catch, thumbs together, pinkies together. How are you communicating that to the student? So linguistically appropriate, not ELD goals, okay? Coming back to the data for decision-making conversation, again, we touched upon this earlier. We're looking at different types of assessment results, both individualized, state, district assessments, and even curriculum-based assessments. In making determinations onto how to support students, we always like to point practitioners to the California Assessment Accessibility Resources Matrix, because if we're having this conversation related to removing special education services, we still have accessibility resources available for students, just not the accommodations anymore. We could still access universal tools and designated supports. Yes?
What do you think about encouraging teachers to look at the ISAP tool that, yes.
Yes.
That is, okay.
Yeah, so the question was, what do you think about teachers using the ISAP tool to determine what those supports might be? And I say absolutely. So the ISAP tool, I don't know that it's linked on the Padlet, but if it isn't, we'll link it there. Those of you not familiar with the ISAP tool, it's an individual student accessibility profile, right? And what it does is it gives you an opportunity to upload as an Excel file, as a batch upload, but you can also tinker with it with no need for a login. So if you go to the ISAP tool, you can enter a student profile, identify whether the student has an IEP, has a 504, has neither, areas of need, and then based on whether they have an IEP or a 504 or neither, and based on the areas of need and the assessment you are looking at, it'll populate recommended accessibility tools. And it is directly linked to the assessment that you are taking a look at. So it's an absolutely great tool. However, I want to point you back to the accessibility resources matrix because sometimes there are caveats as to when it can be applied, especially when we're looking at the LPAC. When we're looking at the LPAC, sometimes speech to text or text to speech will be an accommodation depending on the domain. And it could also be a designated support depending on the domain. So always cross-reference with the accessibility resources matrix, but the ISAP tool is definitely a good place to start considering what else is available there for students. We also want to point you back to the accessibility checklist. We shared this with you in section 1, in section 2, section 3, and now in section 4 again. We think it's a fabulous tool to have very structured discussions per domain. We're looking specifically now at the LPAC, what you might consider. So if the recommendation is that the student be exited from special education supports, we know that when we're looking at listening, speaking, reading, and writing, we still have access to universal tools and designated supports. So let's take a good look at those and start understanding how they might be applied, where they might be applied, and ensuring that these are provided during day-to-day instruction so that students can have access to them when they are assessed. Couple of questions here, because I've shared my shameful story of selecting all UDAs, including an abacus, because I wanted to give my students an opportunity to access all of the resources, you know. But number one, I didn't even own an abacus in my classroom, right? I just wanted to provide them with whatever they might need. However, that meant that I wasn't training my students how to use that resource, right? It is important that we don't go click happy and not give our students an opportunity to practice with the tools we are selecting for them in an academic setting so that they can generalize its application to assessment. And is it matching what we are going to give them access to in an assessment? Quick example also, masking. Loved masking. I loved masking, and I would use it a lot with my students who had difficulty focusing or who were overwhelmed by looking at a lot of text. And what I did is everybody had construction paper. So I had the hands-on masking concept down packed. I would model it with my projector. I would move the paper down as I was, and the kids knew how to do it. However, in assessment, it's electronic based, it's embedded. So they absolutely knew how to use masking, just not within the testing interface. So I was horrified to see a bunch of squares just being drawn on the screen. And I was getting worked up, and I was like, you didn't train them. You didn't train them. You trained them with the non-embedded way, using that construction paper. The concept was there. However, the application across contexts wasn't specifically called out. I was missing that moment of, boys and girls, we are so good at utilizing our construction paper to cover up text that might be overwhelming, confusing, or just too long. Now I'm going to teach you how to do it on the computer. That never took place. Was it absolutely helpful for my students? Yes. Construction paper, textbook, worksheet, assessment, not so much. So, are we continuously going back to those accessibility resources that we have identified? Are they being applied? Do they truly support the students' identified needs, or is this the same 5 supports I select for all kiddos with SLD? How are these accessibility resources provided during instruction? Well, Vanessa did it with the construction paper, but for assessment, didn't really help. Over the years, were any needed adjustments made to accessibility resources? And the question that's missing here is, did you ask your students? Do we check with them? And oftentimes the answer is no. I know that was my case. And it was until later when I had enabled text-to-speech for a student, and I noticed that they wouldn't put on their headphones. And I was wondering, like, this is a support that they use in class with the embedded supports in their electronically based textbooks. The voice during the assessment was not one they liked. And it was after testing was done that I checked with them. And they were like, oh, the lady's voice is really annoying. So had I done IABs, had I done the interim assessments, like where you do like those blocks, the interim assessment blocks, it's the same voice, right? And they can select the speed, male, female. To me, it was, I'm providing a support that they need. They need that text read to them. I didn't consider the individual student and what they preferred. So a lot of things that, in my practice as I reflect, yes, many regrets. Yes, the urge to find every single one of my students and apologize to my year 1, year 2 group, but learning nonetheless. Learning nonetheless, and important for me to share that I didn't have all the answers. I still don't. Continuously learning from all of you. So earlier we talked about the LPAC and the manifestation of disability, and also how that intersects with English language acquisition. So this graphic I developed to just illustrate what goes into the overall LPAC score. So if we go back to my discussion earlier about psychoeducational assessment report, present levels, goals, services. Present levels, if the student is an English learner, has a section where we write in LPAC scores. Do we know what those scores mean?
Some people do.
Do we know what they mean? do we know how that intersects with the manifestation of the disability? Think back to SLD. Think back to autism. Think back to SLI. Language component to those most frequently occurring disability categories. How might the disability manifest with listening tasks, speaking, writing, reading? What impact might it have with receptive language, expressive language? If we split it horizontally, oral language, listening and speaking, written language, reading and writing. The level of linguistic support is going to vary from domain to domain, from task to task, from purpose to purpose, from audience to audience, from content area to content area. Important for us to keep that in mind. But Vanessa, we're talking about potential exit from special education. Absolutely. However, the student is an English learner as well. And what supports were we utilizing that were linked to disability that were doing double duty for the language support? How can we ensure that they continue to receive that along with comprehensive ELD, because they still retain comprehensive ELD, Gen Ed function, Tier 1, core instruction? All of these points matter. Because we know that in all content areas, language is at the core. Think of all content areas. They all have an oral language component and a written language component. How will these be impacted by removing specialized supports? And are we prepared to provide specialized supports linked to receptive language, linked to expressive language, oral language, written language within the context of a general education setting so that the student continues to make progress? So these figures have been developed as a support for decision-making processes for the IEP team. We talked about collecting all of this data, but how do we get it in front of a team to look at it objectively, and of course subjectively as well, because that's part of the conversation. And one of the ways to do this is by utilizing figure 8.1 and 8.2. We have formal assessment data and anecdotal data. These tools give you a quick visual as to how you may want to document this information as you're having these conversations with your teams. Now, one more FAQ. Does an English learner need to be reclassified as a fluent English proficient student in order for the IEP team to consider exiting the student from special education? Great question, great segue to our next part. Yes, thumbs up. Do they need to be reclassified? Sideways, don't know, not sure. Thumbs down. I know we don't like thumbs down, but it's easy for me to see here in the room. If no, they don't need to. And survey says no. Yay, hooray, 100%. The decision to exit an English learner student from special education must be based on the IEP team's determination that the student no longer meets eligibility requirements for special education. English learner services must continue until the student is reclassified as English fluent. Tons of implications depending on your system and practices. That's all I'm going to say about that. Because comprehensive ELD is retained. Comprehensive ELD is mandated, required for all English learners until they are reclassified as fluent English proficient. And that in itself is another process. So I keep saying comprehensive ELD, and I know context is important. Comprehensive ELD is comprised of two types of ELD, so to say. We have integrated, which is during regular class time, where ELD standards are used in tandem with the focal standards, meaning content standards. And then we have designated ELD, which is a protected time during the regular school day when teachers use the ELD standards as the focal standards. Okay, it's not an extension of language arts. ELD standards are your focal standards. Okay, that is comprehensive ELD. So when you hear Lupita, Vanessa, and Christina bandy about the term comprehensive ELD, we're talking about both. Not one or the other. Not when I have time. Not because there's a pep rally or the yo-yo guy is coming for the assembly. Every day. Yes.
I wanted to give a shout out to our superintendent who has made it clear that we aren't implementing comprehensive ELD to the extent we need to, and we know that part of the reason we're here today, but we are sort of thinking of it as teachers either don't know how and will teach you, or you're not willing to, and that's a different conversation. And just appreciate that that's kind of a lens we're going and bringing people on board through teaching, and then we see, of course, an increase in the amount of comprehensive ELD that's provided.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's important to point out, right? Because we don't know what we don't know. And if you are not familiar with what is required, then there's been a gap in information sharing. Okay, how do we fix that? Well, there's no fixing anything, but there's working towards development and growth. So how do we do that? Education. Education. And sometimes that can come in the form of your peers, your community of practice, your professional learning community, opportunities to participate in PD, because what we want to make clear is that if a student is an English learner, a multilingual learner, an emergent multilingual learner, and they have a disability, they still require both. Not one or the other, not sped time is ELD time, because during sped time, you're working on goals because that is your charge, unless you are also taking in a group that's teaching, that designated ELD as part of your, we would see that a lot in some of our more special day class, where the teacher would teach ELD, but still during that time, it was the ELD standards, not the goals. So again, very different implication, as I said earlier, depending on your processes, systems, and if you have questions that are more directly connected to your local practices, definitely reach out to your ELD coordinators, reach out to your SPED directors, and we get this often. I don't even know who those people are. We need to be informed so that we can develop our expertise, our collective expertise. So it takes us back to this intersection. This intersection of English language proficiency, of disability category, putting on our dual lens, and pondering the following question: how does your multidisciplinary team address the needs of dually identified students in the IEP process? This is a reflective question. Think about your current practices. What is your understanding of this process? What is your role in this process? Because we know that there are 3 key decisions that are the jurisdiction of the IEP team for students who are English learners with disabilities. We talked about language of instruction, accessibility tools or use of alternate assessment, and how and where the ELD, that designated ELD is going to be provided. So again, the bottom line is that when we are considering exit from special education, we need to come to terms with the fact that this is a complex and nuanced process. It requires ongoing formative assessment and assessment data tracking to determine if the student is able to continuously function independently without direct support from special educators. So it is something that requires a lot of thought and a lot of data collection. So be prepared to have these conversations by gathering relevant bits of information. A great resource for this process is also the IEP team checklist, which is developed specifically to address needs related to being a multilingual learner. So this team checklist could be something that the IEP team sits down and goes through together, reviews the IEP step by step, section by section as appropriate, because we really want to make sure that we have a firm understanding where it is that the student is in their current functioning, as well as having meaningful, relevant, and recent information related to English language proficiency, because those services are retained. Even if the student exits special education, we want to ensure that we are providing supports necessary that are part of the student's core instruction through comprehensive ELD. So we want to know that data from the assessment of English language proficiency in the state of California, it's the LPAC, is included. We want teacher evaluation, including curriculum-based measures and observation. Again, some of those resources we shared with you earlier where you can use to collect data. Parental opinion and consultation. It's important for you to have a good relationship with families so that you can start having elements of this conversation prior to that IEP meeting and not have it be a shock where it's like, oh, you know what, we're recommending that we remove services. And that's the first time the parent hears of it. So it's important to engage in those conversations. Obviously, student input where appropriate. Comparison of performance of the student in basic skills based on the performance of English level proficient students of the same age. For students with intellectual disabilities, again, if appropriate, situation by situation. And also a comparison of the student's progress in English language development to other like peers who manifest similar disabilities but are English speakers only. Okay. Tons of info, tons of information to process, ponder, consider. And we do want to give you some time to pause and process and think of key takeaways, lingering questions. And if you're here in person, absolutely raise your hand and share those out. If you're joining us via Zoom, utilize the chat feature because we are continuously monitoring the chat because we care about your feedback and the information you share with us. As we wrap up this section, Chapter 8, Potential Exit from Special Education Services, the key thing to remember is that data for decision making is based on the individual student. And data sources might look very different from student to student. because we know that parental consent is pivotal, that we involve parents and that we receive parent consent, the IEP team may decide to gradually reduce the special education supports and related services over time while monitoring and tracking progress. Prior to that final exit of a student from special education, the IEP team may consider providing more consultative services than direct services. So again, gradual reduction of maybe service minutes, supports, related services, consider consultative services rather than direct services. Again, all within the scope of the IEP team with meaningful parent participation so that we can work towards having that parental consent to remove special education services. There's also follow-up. After the IEP team has engaged in thorough data tracking and has determined that the student may be able to function with less intensive supports and related services, then you might make that recommendation or a determination to exit the student. Because after exit, we want to have an understanding that we are providing access to tiers of intervention. That's a discussion to follow after our next 10-minute break. That was a lot of info. Feel free to keep dropping your questions, comments into the chat, and we will see you back at 10:54. Yay, math. Getting ready to turn the corner on chapter 8. As we make our ways back to our devices, to our seats, I want to invite you to follow along with the links in the slides as we move through considerations after exit and access to tiers of intervention. So in section 1, we talked about the MTSS framework. We're going to revisit our MTSS conversation now through the lens of potential exit. Upon exiting special education, the student will begin to access only general education supports within the instruction and intervention tiers. Okay? So general education supports within the instruction and intervention tiers. Only that. And these are our tiers of intervention. Tier 1 being core instruction, first best instruction. Tier 2, and then Tier 3. What we've done here is we've linked figure 7.7 from the California Practitioner's Guide related to all things MTSS and the support of English learners. We've also linked these infographics that our team developed, specifically Lupita, that detail what Tier 1 is, what Tier 2 is, and what Tier 3 is. We hear the term MTSS often, but the question again is, do we truly know what distinguishes one from the other? And what might these look like in practice? So these infographics are available for you to download and print. And as you notice, if you access these electronically, we have some embedded links that will take you to additional resources as you develop your own understanding of what MTSS is, what it might look like, specifically in the context of English learners. It's important for us to also highlight the fact that Tier 3 is not SPED. Okay, Tier 3 is still an intervention provided within the scope of the general education environment. These resources will help you navigate through those differences between the tiers and give you additional resources to learn more about how to implement and what these might look like. And then this might again bring us back to this age-old question. Is the difficulty, if there is a difficulty, right? Because we've removed special education services and now we're finding that the student continues to struggle. Now we're back to this consideration. Is it a language difference, or is it perhaps the impact still of the disability? And how appropriate was that removal of supports? How do we know? Well, it might be that at the time that the exit was determined, we were working on previous assessment data that established that this was in fact a disability. However, now with current data, more information, observation, standardized norm referenced assessment, all of these other data bits that you've collected, that you have a more robust profile that helps you make that determination in a much more informed way. This resource, figure 3.3, can be a good guide to help the team determine whether this might be related to a language difference or a disability. And this resource is great because it provides you some ideas as to what the learning behavior manifested might be related to, if it might be related to a language difference or a disability. So again, great resource for you to utilize as you seek to identify supports that might be provided or considered after exit from special education services. So earlier we also mentioned potential 504 plan eligibility, okay? So the number one thing I want to say is that it doesn't necessarily follow that if a student exits special education services, they automatically qualify for a 504. There are specific criteria that supports making an eligibility determination for a 504 plan. To be protected under Section 504, a student must be determined to have, number one, have a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, or have a record of such an impairment, or be regarding as having such an impairment. So this comes with specific responsibilities. Evaluation. An evaluation must be conducted and it must be adequate for that child. Evaluations should be unique to the case and individual. 2, determination. Based on that evaluation, the team must then make a determination if there is a disability. The meeting component. You will convene a group of people knowledgeable about the child, the disability, and the student's academic needs. Finally, determination of services. Determine the needs and related services, accommodations, supports, to make the student with a disability equal to students without disabilities. You might be in a situation where you yourself are not well versed in 504 plan development. So again, another opportunity for you to grow your team. Contact your 504 coordinators. Whoever is responsible for the development of 504s, evaluation for 504s, convening meetings. It's important for you to be directly linked with them to be able to engage in these conversations prior to mentioning to the parent, hey, we're not going to have an IEP for them anymore, but we can do a 504. It doesn't necessarily follow. Individualized, case by case, bringing these people into your discussions ahead of making that potential recommendation for a 504. Because again, merits repeating, data for decision making is based on the individual student. And to recap it all, we really want to focus in on the following. In order to make that determination when it might be appropriate to exit a student who is an English learner from special education, we need to be clear as to who are the required members of the IEP team when an English learner, multilingual learner, is being considered for exit from special education. We should be clear on the determination that is being approved by the IEP team, right? That an exit is appropriate. And also, if perhaps they might be eligible for a 504 plan. We should also be prepared to discuss what happens if the student is not successful after exit. What supports, what accessibility tools, what targeted interventions are in place? And what does that mechanism look like? How can we ensure progress after exit? Because it is always good to have a student scenario, an exemplar, a support to guide us through what this process might look like. Figure 8.3 goes back to the sample IEP team chart. We looked at it a couple of slides earlier. This one has been completed with Edgar's specifics, and the student scenario in chapter 8 walks us through that process. So again, the student scenarios are more of a compendium of best practices, an exemplar of sorts that show you what the process might look like. And it really is a good use of time going through that student scenario, utilizing Edgar-specific data, and having a reflective moment with what your current practices look like and what Edgar's look like. Again, this is not necessarily the way it has to be, rather a idea of what all of these items that we've covered in chapter 8 might look like in practice and making a recommendation for potential exit from special education services. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Lupita, give you a break from listening to me, give myself a break from listening to me too, and she is going to take us into chapter 9. Lupita, baton. Relay.
Okay, folks. How's the sound back there? Perfect. Exit from special education, lots of considerations in general, and then lots of considerations specifically to English learners with an IEP. We know that we gave you a lot of information. We connected you to several resources, and offering you the gift of time here today is really important. So given the fact that so many of you are participating via Zoom, it presents a bit of a challenge to be able to connect with and process information, especially if you're sitting in front of your computer by yourself. However, we do ask that you give yourself that gift of time moving forward and connect with your respective colleagues, folks within your department, folks outside of your department, to be able to share this information and have dialogue about its impact on your current processes and practices as it relates specifically to exit from special education services for English learners with an IEP. This day today is all about
either bringing you awareness if it's the first time you becoming familiar with these resources, and or an opportunity to dive a little bit deeper, as I can tell from taking a look at the chat and our registration form that many of you have participated with us, engaged with us several times, and for that we thank you. I also want to give you, I know Christina earlier this morning shared with you that we were afforded another opportunity to continue this work as we were presented with and awarded a grant focusing specifically on English learners with disabilities. Thank you to CDE and CCEE for giving us inspiration and, of course, money, resources to continue this work. So we're extremely grateful and humbled to have been chosen to continue this work. And it's all due to the fact that you, our practitioners, our participants, are continuing to come and ask us questions and create resources based on the information that we share with you, and share it with us. We appreciate that, and we ask you to continue to do that good work and fight the good fight. So as we are going to dive into the last chapter of the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities, Chapter 9, focusing specifically on reclassification processes and protocols that you have in place, as well as, and primarily, the requirements set by the California Department of Education and our Education Code, and the different federal and state regulations that we must follow and implement for English learners and English learners with disabilities. Chapter 9 focuses specifically on the reclassification from EL status for English learners with disabilities. It is also lives and can be found in Section 5 of this resource. I'm just going to move along. So again, every chapter in the Practitioner's Guide has these guiding questions. And so as you are becoming more and more familiar with this resource, I encourage you to take a look at these questions through multiple lenses. If you are a teacher, taking a look at these lenses as you meet for grade level teams, as you meet as a member of the multidisciplinary team, to have these discussions. And again, pointing into the resource, this particular resource, and all the additional appendixes and figures that live to support the topic conversation, to have a positive impact or to enhance or refine your current practices related to reclassification. And if you're an administrator, the same is true. You have a set of questions there that are specifically designed with the administrator lens in mind, and also gives us an opportunity as administrators to connect with teachers as these sets of questions align and support and integrate within each other. So if you haven't done so already, I encourage you to, as you explore a particular topic that is maybe pressing or relevant, or gives you a sense of urgency, start with these questions. Because again, as we've iterated throughout this presentation, it is a team lift. And although you may have a very specific responsibility as the administrator, as the special ed director, as the EL TOSA, or the English learner director for services in your district, it's important to take these questions to the table with everybody involved, because we all have an obligation to provide support for English learners and English learners with disabilities as they are required to receive both EL services and special education services. So again, very important resource within every chapter of the Practitioner's Guide. So what is the focus of Chapter 9? The focus of Chapter 9 is to afford us some resources and again bring to the table those requirements that are set forth by the California Department of Education to be able to responsibly implement the criteria, the required criteria for reclassification purposes for English learners with disabilities. So this particular chapter will summarize that information. We have some additional resources that Vanessa has created to help us have that discussion. What's in place? How's it working for us? How do we know it's working for us? And if we know that we could refine it or kick it up a notch, then we have some resources to help guide and navigate those conversations and ultimately implement, refine, enhance your current processes and practices to ensure that we are indeed reclassifying our English learners in an effective and accurate way. So what does reclassification mean? What does reclassification for meal status means? Ultimately, what we are determining when we're beginning to have that dialogue of we have a student, we're thinking that it's, evidence indicates that the student is progressing linguistically, comparable to his or her English only speaking peers, then we probably want to be able to have that conversation of, let's take a look at what the criteria set forth is to be able to determine whether or not and how to move forward with the reclassification process. Ultimately, we're saying that at this point, the student may no longer need specialized support in English language development, meaning no more comprehensive ELD, because the student has sufficiently acquired English to the degree that he or she is able to progress and engage in, academically and linguistically comparable to his or her English only speaking peers. So no more support. We're good. You're doing well. You don't need these scaffolds and resources and strategies and support specifically designed to provide access to the content via integrated ELD and or opportunities to develop your English language proficiency provided through designated ELD. So how do we ensure that? The California Practitioner's Guide brings together these resources set forth again, the 4 criteria by the California Department of Education, and then pathways that were identified by the U.S. Department of Education. And we bring them together in this chapter of the California Practitioner's Guide to help us think about kind of the big picture. These are the different things that we absolutely want to take into consideration as we move forward in the conversation regarding reclassification. So I'm going to walk you through the criteria, and Vanessa's going to walk you through the pathways, because we tag team everything. That's just how we roll, right? Okay, so let's begin. The reclassification criteria for English learners, again, you can see in this slide, there are 4 specific areas, 4 criteria to consider. The first criteria, English Language Proficiency Assessment, is determined by the California Ed Code and has remained unchanged. So this is something that your LEA is not responsible for creating, but is responsible for implementing. In the state of California, criteria 1 is the LPAC or the alternate LPAC. So in most LEAs in the state of California are using that assessment, those assessments, LPAC or LPAC, to meet criteria 1. The other criteria 2, 3, and 4, teacher evaluation, parent involvement, and student performance, remain locally determined, meaning that your EL master plan and district procedures have determined what the teacher evaluation tool looks like and how it's implemented, what parent involvement looks like and how parents are engaging in this dialogue about reclassification, and then what assessments what assessments are being used to determine student performance. So these 3 remaining criteria, 2, 3, and 4, are still locally determined. I'm going to walk you through each one of them, and then once we get an understanding of what these criteria are, we're going to look at the 3 of the different pathways, taking into consideration particularly criteria 1. So let's talk a little bit about criteria 1. Oh, let me go back a slide. So those of you in Zoom and those of you here present, you'll notice there is a link at the very bottom of this slide following the reclassification rainbow. This is a presentation, again, additional resource, a presentation that the California Department of Ed presented at different networks, particularly the Bilingual Coordinators Network at the Department of Ed, to help and guide the dialogue around these 4 criteria. So again, an additional resource for you as you revisit this topic and share this information with your colleagues. So back to criteria 1. So again, criteria 1, English Language Proficiency Assessment, has remained unchanged. Therefore, it is not up to the LEA to determine what assessment to use to identify whether the student has reached a proficiency in English sufficient to begin to have that conversation of reclassification. It is not up to the LEA to determine this. This has already been determined. Our ELP assessment is the LPAC or alternate LPAC. So alternate LPAC, for students who qualify to engage in and are assessed through the alternate LPAC, we are looking for a summative of 3, right? Your summative alternate LPAC students should be able to receive level 3. Why 3? Because that is the highest level that they can receive, right? That's the highest score that they can receive. For LPAC, it continues to be a performance level of 4. Okay, so it's not that the alternate LPAC is less, because I can see how that can be a little bit confusing as we're becoming more and more familiar with these tools, given that the alternate LPAC is relatively new. The reason why an overall performance level 4 is required for the alternate LPAC, it's because by design, that is the highest level that a student can receive. So again, it's important for us to take into consideration that a student must receive, not may receive, but must receive an overall performance level 4 on the LPAC and an overall performance level 3 on the alternate LPAC in order for us to begin to have the conversation of whether or not the student is ready to be reclassified. If the student does not have an overall 4 on the LPAC or an overall 3 on the LPAC, then we need to take into consideration how well the student is progressing linguistically and just take note of it. Is he almost out of 4? What are the domains that perhaps we need to bump up a little bit? And then we go back to the conversation of what does comprehensive ELD look like? Because after all, what LPAC assesses are the ELD standards, right? So if we're not implementing comprehensive ELD, if we're not fully aware of what it looks like, and particularly what does it look like for this child with an IEP, how well are we going to be able to implement not only ELD instruction, standards-based ELD instruction with the ELD standards, and the appropriate supports that the student needs as it relates to his or her language acquisition. If we're not doing that fully, intentionally, and monitoring the student's language progress, it will have an impact, good, bad, or ugly, on the LPAC. So if we're wanting to be able to reclassify our students because we know that they have enough English proficiency, we must ensure that that is captured not only on the LPAC, but that the students are being provided access through integrated ELD across the content area, and specifically English language acquisition opportunities through designated ELD. So without full implementation of the ELD standards via comprehensive ELD, the student may not have the opportunity to fully demonstrate what he or she is able to do linguistically through the LPAC because there hasn't been sufficient instruction on English language acquisition and development. Directly related. And again, this is a criteria that LEAs must implement. We don't get to pick what assessment we use to determine English language acquisition. That's LPAC. Okay, I'm going to just pause and process here for a little bit. And what I do want to do is just give you a little bit of time to kind of think through what you are learning through criteria 1. Maybe share with the person next to you if you're here. If you are in the chat by yourself, then feel free to share your thoughts in the chat box, or if you are joining us via Zoom with a group, just process the information. What was the learning? What was the validation? What question might you still have around criteria 1? I'll just give you about 30 seconds or so to process that out. So share a learning, share a question, share a wondering. What validates your learning? What's new? What questions might you still have? Okay, I'm going to offer our participants in person an opportunity to share out your thoughts. So any new learnings or any validation regarding criteria 1? What was the awareness, or what are you wondering still, if anything? You have a question, comment?
It's because everything is pretty clear in a way that data is what's gonna rule, the reclassification. And we were just talking about that, like, that's just pretty clear. And, it's not that we are in control, but the data from the student is gonna determine. But my question was, and I don't wanna bring you off topic, but my question is, what about those students who are EOs and they speak a lot of Spanish, and can teachers classify them, or is just parents? How does a student comes into the group of ELs? Because we have many students who are classified as EOs, but they're ELs.
Okay. That actually is a topic that we speak to in chapter 1 of the Practitioner's Guide. So it's important for us, again, to just to stay within the context of this chapter, but I do want to address to some degree your question. The LPAC is designed for students who are classified as English learners, who have EL status, and that's determined by the language survey at the very beginning of the students becoming a student at your school district, right? So yeah, enrollment, upon enrollment. I'll circle back with you at a different time to kind of talk specifically to your question. But once a student is identified as an English learner, then he or she will be able to show what they know, right, through the LPAC, initial LPAC to determine proficiency level, and then from that point on, only the summative LPAC to determine progress on English language proficiency. If there is a concern about a student who you may believe is an English learner but is not under the EL status, then it's a different conversation, a different topic that we will address off camera, right, just for the sake of time. So any other questions regarding criteria or any others like, I knew that, an affirmation or validation? Yes, no? Adelante. Okay, let's move forward. Again, I do want to reiterate that it is absolutely critical, folks, that in order for a student to be able to truly demonstrate what they know, what they've learned regarding English language acquisition, it's imperative that comprehensive ELD is in place. That is the only way students are going to be able to demonstrate their progress and their proficiency in English, so that we have a sound determination that the student has acquired all the English language skills comparable to their English-only speaking peers. Therefore, reclassification is the conversation that we have next, right? Okay, so criteria 1, LPAC, overall level 4, alternate LPAC, overall level 3. If we are able to check that box, if there's evidence that this is where the student is, then we can talk about the next criteria, right? That one's kind of the gatekeeper, okay? So now let's talk about criteria 2. So criteria 2 is still locally determined, but it's important for you to know that the California Department of Education is implementing a field study with a new tool, relatively new tool, called the OPTEL, Observation Protocol for Teachers of English Learners. So you have a draft of the OPTEL in this slide. I am going to give you some time to explore it because I do want you to become familiar with it. The OPTEL is being implemented in a field study as we speak all the way through April. Come November of this year, 2023, a validation study will be presented to the State Board of Education, upon which the State Board of Education will either approve or not. My bet is that they will approve this observation tool to meet criteria 2 for reclassification purposes. And we would be able to begin to implement it as the tool that we use, no longer locally determined, right, which is why I want to give you that time to take a look at it today, by this time next year. So all of that to say that it's very likely that the Observation Protocol for Teachers of English Learners, OPTEL, will be in place as the assessment tool that we use to help determine information, to help us give us information to help inform reclassification for criteria 2. Okay, so what I want to do next, folks, is I want to give you some time to explore the draft OPTEL that is being implemented now through a field study. And Vanessa, you do me a favor and drop the link in the chat. As you are exploring, and if you guys have access here as well, explore the OPTEL. I'm going to have you look through the OPTEL with these 2 questions in mind. I want you to take a look at it, review it, take a look at all the components, and then in the chat or in the room, identify what do you know, what do you see, right? What's in there, and what questions are you wondering about? So what do you notice? What do you wonder? So we'll put about 5 minutes on the clock to give you some time to explore the OPTEL, Observation Protocol for Teachers of English Learners, which will ultimately determine how we move towards reclassification for criteria 2, teacher evaluation. So again, as I stated earlier, this is an opportunity, the gift of time, to become familiar with resources that, although as of today, criteria 2, 3, and 4 are still locally determined as described in your EL master plan. Very soon, we will have a new resource in the OPTEL as the tool that all LEAs will be required to implement to meet criteria 2. So again, it's important for us to become familiar with the tool to see what it looks like and perhaps start making any shifts and preparing, maybe training on what's in the OPTEL. I'm not saying go out and train on the OPTEL. What I'm saying is take a look at what's in there. What's in sync with your current evaluation tools or protocols in place for teacher evaluation for criteria 2? Do they match what the OPTEL is calling for? Are there some missing pieces? Are there some considerations now after you've had an opportunity to explore this resource that you might want to start talking about and implementing to your staffs so that when it comes into play within a year, you're more prepared? So again, affording you the gift of time. So let's move on to, are there any questions or comments in the chat, Vanessa? Right. Right. Correct. And I want everyone to know here and in Zoom that Vanessa and I have been very, I want to say vocal, but that kind of sounds like, that's not what I mean. We've made sure that when the field study was presented, when it was coming down the pike, that people were also thinking about case managers, right? Special education teachers, because they need to get their hands on this resource as well, right? It doesn't only belong in a general education setting. So we would, when CDE, I'm part of the Bilingual Coordinators Network at the Department of Education, and the first time we heard about this in our groups, in our networks, one of the things that I would consistently bring to the table, make sure we get this to the hands of our special education teachers who have English learners, because they also need to be aware that they are part of and can contribute to criteria 2, teacher evaluation, right? Because I think if you gave yourself a little bit of time to walk through the OPTEL, you'll notice that it has other, like in terms of where is this happening? Is it happening in English language arts, mathematics, science, and then there's another, right? So another may possibly be your special education setting, right, for comprehensive ELD. So anyway, it's important, again, for us to become familiar with these tools that are coming down the pike and also share them with each other. So again, this is not something that we are required to implement just yet, but just know that within a year, we probably will very likely see a new tool in the OPTEL as a way to address criteria 2, teacher evaluation. And again, it's so that we're able to be more consistent across the state in our reclassification processes. So let's move into criteria 3, parent involvement. So LEAs should continue using the parental opinion and consultation per local policy. And again, this will be found in your EL master plan. But again, the OPTEL will be the tool that we use to meet criteria 3. It won't be a different tool. It won't be the OPTEL for parents. It will be the same exact tool. So moving forward, it's important for us to be able to be really familiar with this resource and start talking about how it's organized in different components that may or may not be in your current tools that you are using to meet criteria 3. Because again, field study now, because it's being the field study is not only in the classroom, but it's also to help engage parents in the reclassification process. That information through a validation study, again, will be taken to the State Board of Education in November of 2023. In December, by December, the State Board of Education will make a determination, and then come next year, 2024, around February, March, we'll be implementing the OPTEL to meet criteria 2 and 3. So again, really important for us to be familiar with this resource. Question? Do you have a mic?
I wanted to ask to clarify, the parents will complete an OPTEL themselves? Teachers will complete it with parents?
So again, the OPTEL will be a way to capture that information, right? The parent engagement information. The parents are not required to fill out the form. And again, the processes may look a little different depending on the LEAs. So the more familiar we are with the resource now, how it's organized, the components as it relates to students via teacher evaluation, as it relates to the student's progress as parent involvement, it's going to help inform how we move forward, right? And how we engage our parents in the decision making for reclassification purposes. So it's not a this is the way, right? Because again, the process and protocol may vary between LEAs, but the tool used will be the same. The tool meaning the OPTEL. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's move on to criteria 4. So criteria 4 is student performance. Comparison of student performance and basic skills against an empirically established range of performance and basic skills based on the performance of English proficient students of the same age. This is where our high stakes assessments, come into play for the most part, right? This is where we take a look at ELA and math and science, and we determine, again, locally determined, what is going to be the minimum criteria in order for us to begin to think about reclassification for our English learners. And again, folks, I'm going to go back to ELD because we are talking about English learners and the role that comprehensive ELD has on this criteria, student performance. If an English learner is not receiving comprehensive ELD, integrated, designed to provide access to content via linguistic supports based on the student's language proficiency level, if that's not happening consistently and across the curriculum, and if designated ELD, focusing on the purpose being language acquisition so that students are able to acquire English, basic English and academic English, so that they can have access, comprehensive ELD together, right? If those things aren't happening, it will have a negative impact on their performance on SBAC. It will, right? Because we're taking that one element out of the equation that this student, English learner, absolutely needs to have access and to be able to acquire the English skills he or her will need to be able to engage fully and progress academically and linguistically. Was there a question, Vanessa? Okay. All right, so criteria 4 is still locally determined. Most LEAs are using your SBAC scores, and each respective LEA will determine what is going to be the benchmark for them to be able to think about or consider reclassification. So first and foremost, criteria 1, that's your gatekeeper. If you're English learner that you're perhaps thinking about reclassifying has not acquired a level 4 on the LPAC or a level 3 on the alternate LPAC, then we need to take a closer look at where he or she may be needing some additional support, not for the assessment, but in instruction, right? Because again, the assessment measures how well the student is progressing via the ELD standards. So we need to ask ourselves, how well are the ELD standards being implemented? And what might we need to do so that the student is able to truly have an opportunity to show what they've learned with these assessments. Any questions regarding the 4 criteria? Okay, so again, you have the slide deck has links to probably 99.9% of the resources that we're referring to. I've pointed out some of them, so as well as the Padlet, all regarding the 4 criteria set forth by the Department of Education. So know that you can easily go back to the slide deck, click on titles, click on the links and or the Padlet to access these resources. So we're gonna break for lunch right after we take a little quiz via this FAQ. Right, your ticket out, notorious ticket out. So let's see. Is reclassification the responsibility of the IEP team for English learners with disabilities? Yay, nay, I don't know. Is the reclass the responsibility of the IEP team? We have some no's, we have some yeses, we have some not really sure. What do we have in the chat, Vanessa? Lots of no's. Okay. Yes-ish. If it's one thing I learned about special education is maybe is a good answer. Okay. So each district or LEA must establish policies and procedures to designate the staff responsible for reclassification. While the IEP team may be the most appropriate group to make the reclass decision, it's important to note that English learner specialists with specialized knowledge of second language acquisition should be present when the reclass decisions are made. I'm going to go back to Vanessa sharing with us the qualifying categories, and English learner status is not one of them. So if we are thinking that the student has an IEP, therefore the IEP team, should be the team that's engaged in this discussion. Yes, absolutely. Ensure that you have an English learner specialist, and really from the onset, not just only for the reclass discussion, right from the onset, that multidisciplinary team really should be demonstrative of the students that we are serving, right? So if we're talking about dually identified students and the data to determine the goal, to determine progress, should involve those folks who can contribute to that dialogue, who can bring data to the table, who can ask those questions, right? So again, although it is not the responsibility, it is the responsibility of a team with that EL lens, that EL expertise, to be able to be part of the discussion as we take into consideration the 4 criteria. So with that, folks, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to give you a full hour of lunch. Vanessa, what's the time? Okay, right on time. See you back in an hour, 12:45. We're going to walk into our different pathways for reclassification. Enjoy your lunch. See you soon. So welcome back, folks. Right before lunch, we kind of closed our initial part of reclassification, chapter 9, with an FAQ, asking us what the role of the IEP team is in regards to reclassification. And so when you left with this notion that the IEP team is comprised of different lenses when it comes to reclassification, when it comes to engaging in the discussion of whether or not and how to move forward with the reclassification process for English learners with a disability. The question was posed earlier today as a clarifying question, rather, that the 4 criteria, particularly criteria 1, Does this also apply for English learners with disabilities? The answer is yes. Criteria 1, overall score of 4 on the LPAC or overall score of 3 on the alternate LPAC, is what initially will qualify any English learner to move forward in the reclassification process. We call the criteria 1 the gatekeeper. So when a student has met a 4, criteria 1 via a 4 on the LPAC or 3 on the alternate LPAC, it's appropriate for the team to come together and begin the discussion and gathering additional data to meet criteria 2, 3, and 4 to determine whether or not the student is prepared, ready to no longer receive EL services in the form of comprehensive ELD, because in essence he or she qualifies for reclassification and therefore no longer needs these supports. The student we have deemed the student capable with all the skills and abilities to be able to engage and access the content equal to his or her English only speaking peer. So again, criteria 1, 2, 3, and 4 apply to all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. So the role of the multidisciplinary team is critical, and more importantly, the members of the multidisciplinary team should include, as indicated in our FAQ right before lunch, should include members who can speak to and are well-versed and knowledgeable not only of the student, but of the student's language acquisition, progress, and the ELD standards, and all the resources afforded to all of us in support of English learners. So the multidisciplinary team, the discussion around reclassification, should be able to have those multiple lenses. Before we move forward, I think there was at least one question in the chat that we wanted to address.
So one of the hypothetical questions that was posed is, what do we do if a student has met the 4 criteria through an alternate process and the IEP recommends reclassification, but upon IEP review, none of those goals have been identified as being linguistically appropriate?
Okay. I actually have a couple of questions regarding your question. So I'm going to take your question and kind of try and paint a hypothetical scenario in an attempt to answer your question. Vanessa, please chime in at any time. So when you refer to an alternate process, I'm going to presume that you're referring to a student who is taking the alternate assessment, right? So if that's the case, that's what I'm going to keep in the back of my mind. But I think it's indicated that the student has met all 4 criteria.
Mm-hmm. Which would be inclusive of criteria 1, which we're thinking if it's an alternate, it was a 3 overall.
Okay. So this is what's critical. Let's start with just that part of the question. If the student, if we have evidence via the LPAC and the tools used to gather information for criteria 2, 3, and 4, if we have evidence that indicate that the student has met all 4 criteria, the student qualifies to be part of the reclassification process, has met all the criteria, period, right? The evidence will point in that direction. So if LPAC 4 or 3, we're presuming that this is alternate LPAC, has been met, teacher evaluation indicates that the student is able to progress linguistically and engage with limited supports, linguistic supports and scaffolds. Parent consultation indicates the same thing, and the SBAC scores are up to par. Remember, the LEA will determine what that benchmark is to be able to qualify for reclassification. So if all those 4 criteria are met, then the student qualifies for reclassification. That second part of the question is, I think, kind of IEP specific. But one of the things that comes to mind, and then I'm going to hand it over to Vanessa to fill in the gaps, my gaps, What comes to mind is if the can you read the second part of the question regarding the linguistically appropriate goals, please?
That upon review of the IEP, the goals were not marked as being linguistically appropriate, and I can address that when I come up and talk about the pathways.
So here's a scenario where the student qualifies. We're going to move forward with classification, right? Has met all 4 criteria. But then we go back and we look at the IEP and we're like, hey, wait a minute. Linguistically appropriate goals were not marked, in spite of the fact that the student has demonstrated skills comparable to English-only speaking students, right? So, but we're going to pause because our time together here is about processes, about ensuring that the processes that we are implementing are best practices, therefore are going to support opportunities for students to have access to English learner services and special education services that are adequate, appropriate, and indeed effective for them to be able to meet educational benefit and language acquisition. So this little second part of the question makes me think about, okay, yes, good, right on. Let's move over with reclassification. However, let's not have this practice happen again. We're about best practices. So when we find a bump on the road, let's take note of that bump on the road. In this case, that wasn't checked, but it didn't have a negative impact on the student in that it didn't keep us from reclassification because all the other data indicated otherwise. But we don't want that to happen again. Take note of it. Go back to the drawing board of sorts, meet with your multidisciplinary team, the appropriate administrators in charge of implementing and supporting these processes, and make those changes. Create a protocol. Make sure that everybody understands the protocol. Use this scenario as a non-example and shine some light on it so that you're able to move forward and develop best practices based on what I call a hiccup or a bump on the road. So Vanessa, please add to that.
Yeah, so it's important for us to note the following. So although that IEP in the goals section didn't indicate that the goal was linguistically appropriate, I would want to focus back in on the goals and determine what makes them linguistically appropriate. The checkbox or the way it's developed. It could be that although the box wasn't checked, the way the goal was structured was in fact linguistically appropriate. Remember, the checking of the box means nothing if there's no intentionality in the development of that goal. So it could mean that we have a fantastic case manager that took into account the linguistic needs of the student, developed a linguistically appropriate goal, just didn't check those boxes. Because clearly, if the student is meeting all criteria, is making progress, then that goal is exactly what that student needed. And it might be that the level of linguistic support at that point in time was minimal or substantial. And it was indicated in the structuring of that goal. So again, my big takeaway from our time together today for you, what I want you to take away is that we are not providing you a pathway to exit from SPED. We are not providing you a pathway to redesignate, reclassify. We're giving you points of consideration to make appropriate recommendations so that the IEP team, the reclassification team, can make an appropriate determination. This is not a map, okay? It's points of consideration. That's what we want you to walk away with. Why do we want to reclassify? What's the rush, right? What's the purpose of reclassifying? Is it because we want to give students more access to electives? Well, might we want to look at, ooh, master schedule, scary, don't touch it. All right? Why are we trying to reclassify? Reflective question, not a finger wagging time for me or anybody, but just for us to be conscious as to why we are pursuing certain avenues. And it really does help establish a system of checks and balances when we have a multidisciplinary team approach. So again, these are great conversation pieces because it really builds our expertise. And in times, you know, like it really helps us feel like, oh, okay, I'm not the only one facing these situations, right? And there is that level of community that is shared when we engage in these types of reflective conversations. All right. So here we go, the fun part. I think it's fun, but my definition of fun might be different than yours. So we're going to take a look at the 3 pathways to reclassification for students with disabilities. So again, English learners with disabilities, because to be considered a candidate for reclassification, you first have to be an English learner. So we're talking about English learners with an active IEP. There are 3 distinct pathways to meet criteria 1. So let's get that clear. Criteria 1 is ELP assessment, English Language Proficiency Assessment. In the state of California, there's only 2. LPAC, Alt-LPAC. No longer the ALPI, no longer the VCALPs, LPAC, Alt-LPAC. That is it. Okay. Pathway 1 is linked to the LPAC. Pathway 2 is linked to the Alt-LPAC. Pathway 3 is linked to the quote-unquote regular LPAC. Okay, so before we move forward, I want us to understand the following. Students don't pass the LPAC. It's not a test you pass. Okay, that's not the purpose. It's a summative assessment of English language proficiency. Summative, over time. There's no passing it. The 4 is required for reclassification with the regular LPAC, the 3 for the Alt-LPAC. The purpose is to measure and track students' growth in English language acquisition. And how do we ensure that that is happening? Through quality comprehensive ELD that is consistent, thorough, well thought out, and established, and aligned to the standards. Content and ELD for that integrated portion, ELD standards alone for that designated portion. But Vanessa, my textbook has a box that says it's aligned. Well, I want to ask a question, a reflective question, points to ponder. The fact that it's written there, does that make it designated ELD? Or is it the delivery of? It's the delivery of. What are we doing with speaking? What are we doing with listening? What are we doing with reading? What are we doing with writing? Collaborative, interpretive, productive, how English language works, foundational skills, all of those things. Designated ELD, focal standards, ELD standards. So let's get into pathway 1, because it all comes together, I promise you. Pathway 1. Pathway 1 is for English learners with disabilities who are able to demonstrate proficiency in all 4 domains, okay? All 4 domains, meaning all 4 are assessed. Listening, speaking, reading, writing, with or without accommodations. The vast majority of our English learners, some of our English learners with disabilities, more around the quote-unquote mild moderate range, this will be them. Pathway 1. All 4 domains with or without accommodations. So here the point is that when we administer the initial or the summative LPAC to a student with a disability, we want to ensure that we are in fact providing designated supports or accommodations in accordance with the pupil's IEP or Section 504 plan. Because we know that accommodations are available to students with an IEP or a 504. Designated supports, everyone. Universal tools, everyone. So again, I'll say that again. The LEA shall provide designated supports or accommodations in accordance to that 504 plan or that IEP. That's the one way that we ensure that the domains assessed are accessible to the student. We went ahead and we linked this document here because, again, we want to call out the fact that there are distinct disability categories, and they each manifest differently. And although we tend to talk about autism as a spectrum, I would like to say that there's probably a spectrum to all disabilities. They manifest in different ways. Another point that I want to make right now is that a lot of our students might have a primary and a secondary disability. So when we're talking about intersectionality of disability category, the manifestation of, and language proficiency, we also want to consider that secondary. So I shared with you earlier that for me personally, as a mother of a child with autism, he also has a secondary. His secondary is OHI, for ADHD combination type. And there isn't a third category allowable in the IEP, but he would also probably qualify for ED or OHI for generalized anxiety disorder. So the way his disabilities manifest on top of being an English learner is going to be very different from somebody with just one disability, 2, and those that are not English learners. So again, I'm considering all of these things together, that layering of, right? What services might look like, what supports might look like. And I want to be well aware of this fact. So this document here, for our friends who are not that familiar with disability categories, is pulled out of the California Practitioner's Guide, and it gives you a brief synopsis as to what each disability category is defined as. And it's important for us to engage in these conversations, especially if we are inviting our EL friends to come and join us in these IEP meetings, to provide them with the necessary tools to start building their own repertoire and understanding our terminology in special education. Because we do love our SLDs and our SLIs and our OHIs and our EDs and our IDs and all of that good stuff. So please, please, please extend an olive branch when you are engaging with your EL peers to help them have some common language as we are having these conversations related to reclassification, because how the disability manifests is going to be critical in these discussions. Earlier, I made reference to the accessibility matrix in relation to providing supports to students who may be potentially exited from special education services. But now we're looking at these universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations within the realm of assessment, the LPAC. When students are assessing what supports might be provided. And I'm going to go ahead and walk over here. I know those of you on Zoom might not be able to see me, but on your screen, we have the accessibility resources where you have listening, speaking, reading, and writing. One of the great things that this accessibility checklist does is that it breaks it down by domain. Because my tendency when I was in the classroom was to select these accessibility resources overall. Not really taking the time to truly sit down with the matrix or the matrices. Back in the day, we had matrix 1 and 4, to really sit down and determine what I want to provide for which domain. But before I start selecting those supports, I also have to be well aware of how the disability manifests. So I shared earlier about my son, and for him, I know that he has a very difficult time with the speaking domain. So I know that the level of supports in speaking are going to require specific attention and being very deliberate of how I'm selecting those supports. So I'm going to really hone in on that speaking domain and look at those accommodations offered and see which ones afford my son a better opportunity to truly engage with the assessment so that we are assessing his English language proficiency, not his disability. Okay? Important for us to keep track of that. So this checklist, great resource for you to engage in conversation with your teams. The other resource that we have here are the computer-based and the paper pencil-based accessibility resources for the LPAC. And again, knowing that that top section is available to all students. Bottom section specific to students with an IEP or a 504. So when I'm sitting down with the accessibility resources checklist and I'm making determinations of what supports I'm going to assign to my student, that I'm going to train my student to access throughout, I want to be clear as to what these resources do. Because the conversation often comes up. Well, yeah, Vanessa, like, I don't know why they've been taking the LPAC for 5 years and they can't get above a 3. And my question is always like, okay, tell me more, but I'm wondering, have we exhausted all accommodations, all designated supports? Well, yeah, I've checked all of them off and they still can't pass it. Okay, my next question is, have we trained them to utilize these supports? Well, yeah, I tell them to use it on the testing. Okay, have we trained them to use these resources? During our instruction, are we calling it out as such? All right, boys and girls, what you're going to be seeing me do now is, you know how during class time, I take a piece of construction paper and I cover what I'm sharing with you on the projector? Well, guess what? On our testing interface, we have something called masking. So if you go to that triple line stack that looks like a stack of pancakes, if you click on that, you're going to see masking pop up. Watch my screen, let me show you. So it involves all of that. All of that. And calling it out. Oh my goodness, look at this paragraph. It is huge. I am so distracted. I'm gonna use my masking tool. Let me go to the pancake stack. Let me click. Let me select masking. I'm going to draw a box that's going to cover the bottom section because that is distracting me. We need to call it out. We need to call it out. That is direct instruction. It's good teaching. Students will not automatically know what to do with those resources. I, as a teacher, didn't know what to do with those resources. I was always reminded of The Princess Bride. I don't think it means what you think it means, right? In my mind, I thought I knew what, that resource would do. Surprise, surprise, that's not what it was. So it's important for us to build our own level of assessment literacy, because there's different levels of literacy, to be able to truly support our students. And I'm completely honest with you when I tell you that I mucked it up many times. I am by no means perfect. Far from it. Learn from my mistakes. Learn from my mistakes. I've learned from my bumps on the road, as Lupita shared earlier. We all learn. And I'm sharing that bit of experience with you because it really has made all the difference. When I reflect upon my own bumps on the road and think, what would be better? What would be better? So meet Amanda. Here's our darling Amanda, our English learner, our multilingual learner, who is being considered for reclassification. Reclassification through pathway 1 for criteria 1. So Amanda has taken the LPAC with accommodations, and we are going to be considering criteria 2, 3, and 4. The team is going to engage in a conversation that considers all elements of the criteria for reclassification and come to a determination. Student scenarios such as Amanda's are included in Chapter 9 of the Practitioner's Guide under Section 5. Here you'll be able to see how the team engaged in this process and considered all data points and information that was brought to the table in discussing reclassification for Amanda. I want to give you a minute or two just to locate it in the Padlet. We really won't have a lot of time to go into it in depth because we do want to cover pathways 2 and 3. But feel free to locate it in the Padlet. I know Lupita will drop it into the chat so you can access it directly. If you have a hard copy of the Practitioner's Guide, you can find it at the end of Chapter 5. And as an added bonus for our in-person friends, we've shared with you a printout of our reclassification workbook. And our reclassification workbook has different scenarios for you and your teams to utilize and reflect upon. The first scenario, of course, is Amanda's. It's accompanied by the actual student scenario, followed by reflective questions, a visual of the 4 criterias, and a visual of the pathways. Again, an opportunity for you to engage in discussion with your teams and come up with reflective points. Lend a critical eye to each of these scenarios. Now, pathway 2. Pathway 2 is always fun, 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 fun. Because here is where we get to take a look at the alternate assessment. And if you have a trajectory in education as long as mine has, you've lived through the CAPA, the CMA, and all of that good stuff. Now it's the Alt LPAC. Never had that before. Now we finally have an assessment that is aligned to the ELD standards that has been developed specifically for English learners with significant cognitive impairments who are assessed utilizing an alternate assessment in the state of California, that is Alt LPAC. You'll notice that it is a pathway to reclassification. So even students with significant cognitive disabilities can be considered for reclassification, but an overall 3 is necessary. Let's unbox that a little further. How do we make that determination? Well, we start by considering a couple of questions. Number one, does the student have a significant cognitive disability and an IEP? Significant cognitive disability and an IEP, both. Think about it. Think of a student, previous IEP. Next, go to your accessibility checklist, because the answer is yes, the student has an IEP, and yes, I think it's a significant cognitive disability. What next? What do I do next? Well, in this accessibility checklist, if you go down to the bottom, and I've enlarged it there and I have it visible on the screen, it asks the same question again. Does the student have a significant cognitive disability and an IEP? Here you're told what your next steps are. If yes, the student is eligible to be administered an alternate assessment. If no, reevaluate the use of accessibility resources listed above. Federal law allows this option only for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities who have an IEP. But Vanessa, where's the part where I can give it to the students who haven't been able to pass the LPAC? That is not an option. The Alt LPAC is specifically designed for students with an active IEP, the most significant cognitive disabilities, and that is it. But how do I make that confirmation? How am I sure that I'm making the correct call? Well, thankfully, we have another resource. This resource will support you in engaging in conversation with your IEP teams as you determine whether the alternate assessment is appropriate for the student you are considering. The alternate assessment IEP team guidance and confirmation worksheet gives you some steps that you're going to consider as you are making that recommendation. The very first section asks the question, same question we've seen repeatedly now. IEP, significant cognitive disability. Yes. Okay. Now, let's look at the bottom. It says, if yes, continue with this confirmation worksheet. If no, the student is not eligible. Okay, got it. But we say it's a yes. At this point, right now in the conversation, it's a yes. Well, if yes, the IEP team is confirming that a review of the student's records and the IEP indicates a disability or multiple disabilities that significantly impact intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior. You're confirming that. Their disability or multiple disabilities significantly impact intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior. Adaptive behavior includes sources of evidence such as the following: cognitive ability tests, adaptive behavior skills assessment, informal assessments, and so on and so forth. If you have that evidence to support the fact that for this student, intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior is impacted, then yes, the student is eligible for the CAA and the Alt LPAC if they're an English learner. Remember, Alt for all. If they take the CAA and they're an English learner, they take the Alt-LPAC. If they take the Alt-LPAC, they will take the CAA, Alt for all, because you're saying that a significant cognitive disability exists, therefore an alternate assessment is necessary. Next confirmation is the alignment with standards. Students are eligible for an alternate assessment. If so, then their instruction should be based with the content connectors. Okay? Content connectors. You are saying that their instruction and their goals are aligned with the enrolled grade level standards, and one of the ways that you do that is through the content connectors for ELA, for math, and for ELD. Important for us to know is that the determination that a student has a specific learning disability, SLD, by definition, rules out the consideration of the student having a cognitive impairment and the consideration of alternate assessment. By definition, SLD rules out a cognitive impairment. So the question was, are there any other disability categories?
Does anything else rule out?
The only one by definition is SLD, right? The only one that by definition says that there is no cognitive impairment due to this category, SLD. So I want to really caution us, and a lot of you know this already, but it bears repeating. We do not want to make it a habit where we say all kids with ID get the Alt-LPAC, or all kids with autism get the Alt-LPAC. Around 30-some% of kiddos with autism also have ID. That leaves over 60% that don't. Case by case. Individualized. We really want to step away from, okay, well, this kiddo qualified under SLD, that means that I'm going to give them 60 minutes daily. Assessment drives present levels drive goals, goals drive services. Notice that I didn't say disability category drives assessment, disability category drives services, none of that. Okay? And the reason I point out SLD is because, again, full transparency, we see it. We see it and we hear it. Oh, well, the kiddos that haven't been able to pass the LPAC, we're just going to give them the ALT. By definition, if they've met eligibility criteria under SLD, the Alt-LPAC is not appropriate. It is not appropriate for them. What I do want to invite you to look at is if there is a primary disability and a secondary disability, and what those might look like in relation to academic functioning and adaptive behavior. You can always do more digging. What I want to caution us against is to go just by category, by label, and say this means that. We want to consider the student, the individual. So the Alt-LPAC being relatively new, we wanted to link some resources here for you to read yourself, to share with peers, to even share with parents as to what the alternate assessment is. What is the alternate LPAC? Why is it given? Who takes it? How is the alternate LPAC given? And when is it given in the school year? So again, all of this information readily available for you to share out with your peers, with family members, etc. So earlier I mentioned that we want to make sure that if the student is in fact going to be taking the alternate assessment, that they are connecting to their grade level content standards via the connectors. One of the very little used, little accessed resources that we've come across in conversation with practitioners are the ELD connectors. Just how we have content connectors for ELA and for math, we have them for ELD. We have them for ELD. So kiddos that are taking the Alt LPAC, when they're receiving designated ELD support, designated ELD instruction, the ELD connectors are there for them. And they're there for teachers to inform their practice. And they really do a great job of breaking it down and telling you what domains of language are being assessed. They are amazing, amazing resources that I invite you to take a look at and become familiar with. Because these connectors will give you a direct access point and vice versa to the alternate LPAC task types. Lupita calls our task types a backdoor entry to the ELD standards. And really that's what they are. When you look at the task types, you'll see that there are 7 specific task types called out. Number 1 is recognizing and using common words. When you look at the connectors side by side, you're going to see how these standards then align to a task, a language task that involves recognizing and using common words. If we look at task type number 3, understand a school exchange. There are ELD connectors that directly feed into the language tasks that would be involved in that task type. The same holds true with the other ones, including interacting with the literary text and with informational text. So this resource was developed by Dr. Deborah Montoya, and it gives a description of the task types and links you to additional resources that will support your development of teaching units, strategies, just ways of structuring your designated ELD instruction, utilizing these task types as a means of organizing your lessons, your content delivery, as you are focusing in on those ELD connectors to be the driving force of your designated ELD instructional time for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. And again, as we shared with you earlier, when we're talking about the Alt LPAC, we have interim guidance related to the use of the overall performance level 3 for the Alt LPAC. This is going to go before the State Board of Education for approval later on in spring of 2023. But again, the interim guidance is the use of that 3 as the overall performance level. We have also linked additional supports here related to the California alternate assessments and the alternate LPAC. And we have a video that's embedded there, as well as resources that support the content presented by Tracy Albee and Brittany Baug out of the CDE. So we gave you quite a bit of information in relation to Pathway 2, alternate assessment, overall 3, significant cognitive disability, IEP, content connectors. Now we're going to put it all together with Marcus. This is our buddy Marcus. And we are looking as to what the reclassification conversation might look like for our Marcus, utilizing Pathway 2, the alternate LPAC. That is also included in our reclassification workbook. What I want to do right now, just because I did share a lot of information that might require some unpacking and processing time, is I want to give us a 10-minute break. And you can use that break again, bio break, take care of you. But also, if you want to flip through the pages of the workbook, use that time to do so, because when we come back from break, we are going to jump into pathway 3, domain exemptions, okay? And that's going to require some time because it's going to involve a lot of processing and reflecting and consideration and all of those fun things to do. So, time being 1:45, 10-minute break time. I'll see you back here at 1:55. See you in a bit. We had our 10-minute break. We just finished up with pathway 2, alternate assessment. Does the student have an IEP and a significant cognitive disability? Do they require direct instruction, small group supports? Is there instruction based on the connectors? That's pathway 2. And remember, pathway 2 is directly linked to criteria 1. The 3 pathways we're covering are all linked to criteria 1, ELP assessment. And there it is. Thank you, Lupita. So now we are going to, oh so gently and gingerly, enter into pathway 3. Pathway 3, part of criteria 1, ELP assessment, is for English learners with disabilities whose disabilities preclude assessment in one or more domains on the English language proficiency assessments, and for which there are no appropriate accommodations for the affected domains. I want to preface our discussion on this topic with the following. All of these conversations are taking place within the IEP team meeting. An individual is not making this determination. This is a group of individuals with knowledge of the student and their current functioning, English language proficiency, English language development, IEP, goals, objectives, and services. Because this is, you're going to see, a very nuanced and complex conversation. I want us to start with the following question. What are the appropriate accommodations necessary to ensure access? And the answer is, in SPED, it depends, right? It depends. What are the appropriate accommodations necessary to ensure access? It depends. What do I need to know first? Disability. Is there a secondary? Is there suspicion of a secondary? Is there perhaps a third that obviously there's no line for that in the IEP documents, but that we suspect that exists? Is there specifics related to language acquisition? Do they relate to which domains? All domains? What does the intersection of disability and language acquisition look like? All of those are critical points for us to consider because there are multiple disability categories. And each one of them is a spectrum, not just autism. ASD, yes, we are all familiar with that, but again, as I said earlier, every disability is a spectrum. None are monolithic. To engage in this conversation, because it's so nuanced and complex, I encourage you to get started with the accessibility checklist. So we've covered the top part with the criteria 1, pathway 1. We covered the bottom section for criteria 1, pathway 2. And now we're looking at criteria 1, pathway 3, domain exemptions. And there it is. I'm going to do a quick read. If the student has an IEP or a Section 504 plan. What? Domain exemptions for 504s too? Yes. If the student has an IEP or a 504 plan and cannot access a domain with the use of accessibility resources listed above, the checklist, should the student be exempted from the domain? Meet with your team, discuss this question, and if the consensus is yes, then indicate for which domains and document the exemption in the IEP or the Section 504 plan. You then administer the domains of the LPAC, which are accessible to the student. If the student does not have an IEP or a 504 plan, please review the accessibility resources listed above to determine which resources will best allow access to the LPAC and administer the LPAC with those appropriate resources. So we have 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And we can domain exempt 2. However, they cannot be part of the same language composite. For an overall score to be generated, only one domain from the oral language score, listening or speaking, not both, and one from the written language score, reading or writing, not both, may be exempted. So if we use this visual as our guide, I walk over to domain exemption. I can exempt listening or speaking, not both. Reading or writing, not both. Could you do listening and writing? Sure. Could you do speaking and reading? Yes, just not both. However, it's not that simple. I'm not going to give this one. I'm not going to give that one. No. No. We have to take on these conversations with the following points in mind. So, I created this visual a while back just because, as I shared with you earlier, me and SPED World for those 18 years, very seldom times did I have contact with ELD World. So I'm a visual learner. And I can read information, but in order for me to fully process it, because I'm an English learner myself, not only do I need to repeat it to myself in Spanish to make sure that I understand it, but I also need a visual to help me guide. So for example, if I were to be reading this example that says, IEP teams considering domain exemptions. Okay, el equipo está considerando. So that's what I do to process my understanding. And that is further supported with visuals. So what was a tool for myself, I started including it in our slides, and I think it really does support this discussion because it really puts together the intersection of language and disability and how it's assessed and where a domain exemption might be appropriate. So here we have the 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. They come together and they generate an overall LPAC score. Brings them all together. If we divvy up this visual horizontally, we have the oral language composite up top. If we look at the bottom section, we have written language. There's another graphic where I divided vertically. When you divide it vertically, you have receptive language and expressive language. Listening, processing as you're listening, receiving information, reading, decoding, receiving information, receptive language. Speaking, expressing thoughts, opinions, writing, expressing thoughts, opinion, expressive language. Receptive language vertically on one side, expressive language vertically on the other side. Now, when we're thinking of disability categories, how does the disability manifest? For some of our students, their domains might be fully accessible with the use of universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. Therefore, all of those domains might be assessed because with the appropriate supports, they can definitely access the assessment. However, for some of our students, due to the nature of the disability and how it manifests in all or one of these domains, a domain exemption may be necessary. However, we know that for an overall LPAC score to be generated, only one domain from each of the composites can be exempted. If not, an overall score cannot be generated. I invite you to think of a student who has generalized anxiety disorder, is receiving special education services, has speech and language impairment as a secondary, and is demonstrating selective mutism. That was a situation that I was trying to think my way through in recommending a domain exemption. During class instruction, the way I would get him to engage verbally is I had a little tent. He would go in there with his iPad and he would record his responses. He can do it that because he was able to speak. He was just choosing not to because of his levels of anxiety, right? So we found something that worked for him there. So that was fine for everyday instruction. Come assessment time, especially because how the LPAC was administered in my previous district, there was a team of assessors that weren't necessarily the special education teacher, that didn't necessarily know what supports would work and whether they were appropriate or not. A lot of things to unpack there. Could it have been written in the IEP? Could an unlisted resource been requested? Again, open for consideration for the entire team to discuss. The example I'm giving you is that, to me, a domain exemption was the most appropriate for speaking. One of the great things about unlisted resources is that just because it's an unlisted resource doesn't mean that it won't be considered as something to receive approval for. That's why you put in a request. One of the reasons that this is important is because some of these requests have now been worked in as accommodations. Yes, question?
Where do you note an unlisted resource?
So if you go to the matrix, the California assessment matrix, there should be a link there where you can request an unlisted resource. However, we have to be aware that an unlisted resource might be determined to be a modification and then therefore, generate a loss score, LOSS score, lowest obtainable scaled score. Yeah, yes.
I also see on accommodations that are for students with IEPs,
Mm-hmm.
speech to text, text to speech, including for the speaking test.
Mm-hmm.
Is that appropriate for a student who's choosing not to speak in class
Well,
right
it
now?
depends on how that is presented. So again, it could be text to speech, where the text that is written in the assessment is then read to the student via computerized voice. But I don't know that it would necessarily mean that the student
The other
could
way
type.
around.
Yeah.
Could the student respond
Yeah.
in text
Yeah.
to a speaking
Yeah. So again,
task?
that would be something that perhaps an unlisted resource request. So again, all of these conversations are important to be had prior to like all of these assessment questions popping up, because some of these require time to submit these questions, right? These resource requests. Lupita, there was a question back
Yes,
there?
there's a question in the chat. Can a domain exemption be done by any student with IEP, with an IEP?
So again, a domain exemption is available only when you have exhausted all available accommodations, designated supports, universal tools. What does that mean? That doesn't mean that you've checked all the boxes. That means that you've trained the students on the accessibility resources. They've demonstrated proficiency with the accessibility resources. They can access these accessibility resources during instruction and assessment, and therefore are applying them during testing. If we can say that, yes, this in fact took place, I've been thorough, the student is well aware of how to access, when to access. However, at this point, given that the student has a disability that directly impacts their ability to speak, and I have assessment data, I have goal data, I have IEP data that shows that despite all accommodations, linguistically appropriate goals, they have not made progress on all things related to speaking. Domain exemption, absolutely appropriate for the team to consider. Okay, another example. A student who might have a visual impairment. Perhaps a condition that is degenerative and is progressing much faster than the student can pick up Braille reading. Reading could potentially be domain exempted. So what is important is that we consider what we're actually assessing here. That's what's important. And the purpose for the assessment. I want to state it again because it's important. The LPAC is not a test you pass. It's not about passing it. It's about demonstrating growth. And it's about making sure that our instruction during designated ELD, which is driven by the ELD standards, is consistent and sufficient enough for the student to continue making progress, keeping in mind their preferred mode of communication. And this includes AAC, Alternative Augmentative Communication Devices and Supports. If a student utilizes PECS, an iPad, all of those different ways of engaging with language, their preferred mode of communication, all of that needs to be considered, especially as we're thinking of the students who may be taking the Alt LPAC, where all of those supports are built in and considered. The student's mode of communication, preferred mode of communication, must be honored. They must be honored and considered And just because it doesn't look like everybody else looks like when they're reading, writing, listening, and speaking, doesn't take away validity. It is perfectly valid. So important for us to really stop and check ourselves when we're having those thoughts of like, but that's not reading. Well, that's not what reading looks like when we do it, but that's what reading looks like when somebody else does it. So it's important for us to really stop, pause, reflect, and consider. So let's wrap it up with the following. Important for us to use this resource, the checklist, because it helps us really put into place our considerations for LPAC accessibility. What resources have been applied and by domain? How do they support identified needs and supports received in the classroom? Over the years, were any adjustments needed? Where appropriate? When no appropriate accommodations are available for a domain, are we considering domain exemptions? And it all starts psychoeducational assessment, assessment drives, present levels, where the student is at this period of time, how the disability manifests, what goals are going to be developed to address those areas of disability. Present levels drive, goals and objectives. What I'm going to do to make sure that the student demonstrates progress in the identified areas. Goals and objectives drive service. What services are necessary, what minutes are necessary. Same thing with determining what supports are necessary for assessment and for accessibility in relation to the LPAC in this case, because we're talking about reclassification. The present levels are going to tell us longitudinally whether progress has been being made. So you want to trace that through line. Might there be a domain that has consistently been stagnant? Yes, it was writing. Okay, this IEP from 3 years ago shows writing as being the lowest score. Next year's IEP again continues to show writing as the lowest score. This year's IEP continues to show writing as the lowest score. Let me go back to the present levels. Okay, goals are developed to address writing because based on the assessment report data, the area that's impacted is writing. Okay, I'm seeing that there's no progress made in writing, no progress made in writing, no progress made in writing. Goals have been consistently developed in writing, writing goal, writing goal, writing goal. Linguistically appropriate, linguistically appropriate, linguistically appropriate. Is it really linguistically appropriate? Oh yes, when provided sentence frames, when provided this. Okay, yes, when provided, okay, okay. You know what? I really think, IEP team, this is what I think as the case manager, that we are actually assessing the disability. I have the proof in my IEP. I have developed linguistically appropriate goals. There has been no progress. Over the years, writing is the one area that keeps the student from earning that 4. I've tried out all of these accommodations, combinations of designated supports, accommodations. I've trained him, still no progress. What do you think? Can we domain exempt? All right, we're going to make a recommendation that writing be domain exempted. It just can't be done nilly-willy by one person. We really want to make sure that we are taking different bits of information to make that final determination. Because it's not about reclassifying as many students as possible. It's about making sure that they're receiving the appropriate instruction to develop their English language proficiency, to be able to engage effectively, communicate effectively with their peers and their community. Because remember, 12th grade if they graduate, age 22 if they age out, we want them to be fully functional, engaged, committed members of our community that have a means of connecting with others. That's the purpose. Hold on, Lupe. Give me a second. Sorry.
So, like in that case, before considering the exemption, wouldn't we attempt to do the alternative LPAC or no?
Well, the alt LPAC is only for students with
That
the
are
most
severe
significant cognitive
cognitive,
disabilities. Yeah.
But I mean, if we have students that we have gone through the list and, you know, they, even though they might be out in the SDC or RSP population, you know, they might have that cognitive, you know, disability. They're not in the mod severe population, but wouldn't we consider that before the exception though?
No, because see, so what happens when we're considering the alternate LPAC, we are making a confirmation that this student has a significant cognitive disability that impacts intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior, both.
Okay.
And we're also, we're going to provide proof that demonstrates that this is in fact the case. The other confirmation that we're making is that their instruction is linked to the ELD connectors or the content connectors for ELA or math. So they're not receiving instruction at grade level standards, right? And then if we're saying that they're going to take the alt LPAC, that means that they get to take the CAA for ELA and for math.
Yeah.
And we also need to
Because
make
there
sure,
are students out in the district that are taking the CAA though.
right? So that would be something that we would want to look at.
Yeah,
That need
because
to be aligned.
I mean, the way I think I was an STC teacher many years ago, right? So we had the Kappa,
Right.
right? And for our STC students that were, you know, in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade performing academically at the K or first grade level, we would consider the Kappa level 4 or level 5. I know we're out of that. We don't have that, and we only administer the alt LPAC in our mod severe population. But I don't know why I thought that we could still use it at a district level, but with those students that are performing at a that the academic gap is very severe.
you could give it at the district level if the criteria is met.
Okay.
Right? So, because really, think of the 1% threshold for the CAA, ELA, and math, right? You know, and yes, like that's the desire, right? That 1% of students take the alternate and that's it, because these are the most significant cognitive disabilities, and there should be some match to like the level of the disability, right? So the same thing holds true with the alt LPAC. Very few students truly have a significant cognitive disability. And if they do, then that's the starting point, because then we go on to make a bunch of other confirmations, right? One of them being the content connectors, that they're receiving instructions solely based on that. And if that is in fact the case, then criteria met, right? You know, the student is receiving instruction just on that. They receive direct instruction, small group, specialized instruction, require multiple supports, then absolutely. The domain exemption is basically saying that the manifestation of the disability in relation to one of these domains is in fact assessing the disability, not the student's language acquisition arc, right? So you're saying, you know what, this student who is barely learning how to read Braille, you know, if I'm giving them the reading test when they no longer can see, I'm assessing that disability, right? So I wouldn't give that student the alternate assessment because they're perfectly capable to access all of the other domains with the appropriate accommodations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you for your questions. It keeps it more lively and engaging for everyone. And finally, so Maya. So Maya is not in the workbook. In the workbook, you guys have, I believe, Jaime as our third scenario. But here on the slide deck, we wanted to include another one, just because some of them come off as a little too perfect. So we want to throw in a couple of different ones for you to consider with your teams, because sometimes, more often than not, things aren't going to be that clear cut. So here's another example for pathway 3, Somaya. So this student scenario centers around Somaya, who is being considered for reclassification, and they are utilizing pathway 3, domain exemption, to meet criteria 1, ELP assessment, English language proficiency assessment. All of those documents together, those included here in the reclassification workbook, and those that we've linked in the slide deck, really have taken us to this point now. As we're having reflective questions in mind related to documentation, what was available related to the student's unique disability and the impact on learning? Number 2, what evidence was presented to indicate that the student received sound EL instruction, both integrated and designated? And that is the million-dollar question. What does the SBAC for ELA assess?
Progress towards ELA standards.
Progress on the ELA standards. What does the SBAC for math assess? Progress on the math standards. What does the LPAC assess?
Progress on the ELD standards.
Progress on the ELD standards. Ding, 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 ding. Where will students receive instruction on the ELD standards?
Comprehensive ELD.
Via, which one specifically? Comprehensive ELD? Designated ELD is where we're focusing only in those ELD standards. Now I'm going to ask another question. You don't need to answer it. You could if you want to. Do you know where comprehensive ELD takes place for all of your students who are English learners with a disability? Designated ELD is a standalone set of time where the ELD standards are the focal standards. That's a combination of both. Do we know what it would look like? Do we know what comprehensive ELD looks like? Is that happening? Again, reflective questions. No shame, 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 I know your name. And the comment is that there's perhaps a disconnect in the communication. And earlier during our break, we were reflecting with our Ventura friends on how there's gaps, right? There's gaps in communication. There's gaps in knowledge. I recognize it. When I came together with Lupita at the SELPA 5 years ago, you know, she helped fill in some gaps. And that was very fruitful for me because it really further informed my practice, and it really put into perspective a lot of my past experiences and knowing where I had gaps. And it is my hope that in engaging in these conversations with you, that we provide you with that brave space to share out, to question, to reflect, because that is how we grow. Earlier, I mentioned the concept of a team lift. We're all in the team lift. I don't know if you know this, but look around. We're in the team lift together. Zoom friends, you're in on the team lift. That's why you're still here at 2:30 after lunch when you're exhausted on a Thursday. So again, important for us to have these conversations because at the end of the day, it's about the individual. It's about these students. So going back to these reflective questions, ELD standards, that's what is driving your designated ELD, and that is what's going to show up as progress during the LPAC, whether it be the alternate, whether it be the LPAC with accommodations, without accommodations, with domain exemptions. Because what we really want to get at is to, what are we collecting? What are we documenting? What might we still need to determine whether reclassification is appropriate? The question also is, why are we reclassifying? Why? You know, like why? What is the push? What is the pressure? Because a lot of you have shared, and I'm not talking about the people here in the room or the people in Zoom, but in just conversations throughout these past years related to improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities, that you feel a pressure to reclassify. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
I think there's a few things going on, and I see it. I came upon it something today, and I won't remember exactly where it said it. You cannot take your LEA's accreditation into account when you're worrying about reclassification, and that is the reason we often are reclassification happy, because it is presented to the board as a positive statistic that shows growth. Research says our reclassified English learners they outperform English-only students. That's another reason we hope we use it as a positive data point, but not if it's been a checked box exercise.
Right.
And what is the rush?
Right.
Is it so they don't have to sit for the test again? If they're not receiving ELD, and there's no difference whether they stay in our program or they don't, that's disappointing, but that is another consideration. Their academic path won't change because no one was providing it anyways. Let's take them out. They don't have to sit for the test. These are some of the things that have come across our plate.
Thank you for sharing that. Lupita, is there another comment in the chat?
There's a comment with a couple of questions embedded. I will start and then tag team you, my friend.
Okay.
So it reads, so what happens with students that are at 4th, 5th, and 6th grade that are functioning 2 or more grade levels behind? When are they going to be able to classify? I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to refer to our tiers of intervention, and even back to tier 1, which is core instruction, which includes comprehensive ELD, and then back to the second bullet on the slide. What evidence was presented to indicate the student received comprehensive ELD? Because if we're talking about English learners, and if they continue to struggle, I'm not talking about ELs with disabilities, because it didn't indicate that in the question, at least this first part. Tier 1 core instruction includes comprehensive ELD, which is directly related to the implementation of the ELD standards and is gauged with the LPAC, first and foremost. So my question, my way to address or begin to address, or at least pose some reflective thinking around the first part of this question is, what do your interventions look like when English learners are falling behind academically, meaning tier 2, tier 3 supports? I'm not talking about IEPs now, as well as your tier 1, meaning comprehensive ELD. That's what I would want to look at and confirm. If the interventions are there, if the kiddos are receiving it, if comprehensive ELD is on point and they're still falling behind, then perhaps there is a disability, and then let's move forward appropriately, right? Second question, are we able to create our own reclassification criteria? That's a hard no. The criteria is established. Criteria 1 in particular, California Department of Education has determined that every English learner in the state of California, including English learners with disabilities, must receive an overall score of 4 on the LPAC 3 on the alt LPAC. We cannot change that. However, criteria 2, 3, and 4 are locally determined. Please refer to your EL master plan, your local EL master plan. Can an IEP team decision, even though they did not, can it be an IEP decision even though they did not get an overall 4 on the LPAC? No. However, Vanessa, this is where I'm going to hand it off to you to refer to considerations. When we get to a point where we've exhausted all of our resources, everything is on point, we have evidence of providing appropriate comprehensive ELD, appropriate interventions, kids are still lagging behind. Take it away, friend.
Okay, so I recently came across a situation where a student was up for reclassification. It just happened to be at the place where the conversation was taking place. And this was a student with a 3. Had a couple of 4s, LPAC, yes. Regular student with an IEP, yes, let me set the context. So no, thank you, this is important. Context is important. Student with an IEP, 8th grade student with an IEP, 8th grade student with an IEP. Don't be scared, those are the Blue Angels. It's the Blue Angels. Yeah, it's the Blue Angels. Yeah, the air show is this weekend. Okay, so 8th grade student with an IEP. By this point, he's had his initial and 1 triennial. Has been English learner. Yes, SLD with SLI, both. Okay. Had been receiving less and less time in Gen Ed, was making adequate progress, so stood out immediately as a potential candidate for reclassification. Met all the criteria except a 3. He had a 3 overall on the LPAC, regular LPAC, with accommodations. So this was during an IEP, and they were like, you know what, like, look at all his goals, he's been meeting them, look at his report cards, you know, all the teachers were saying he's making progress, but he has a 3 on the LPAC. We can reclassify, right? They asked me, and I was like, oh. Because he met all of the criteria, making adequate progress, outperforming his Gen Ed peers. Okay? And then my question was, tell me more, right? Tell me more. So we start looking at historical LPAC. Guess what? In 7th grade, he had scored a 4. He had scored a 4. The year prior to that, he has scored a 3, but with 2 4s and 2 3s in his domains. So clearly making progress. Human error, because we're human, it happens. They missed him when he scored that 4, because he had consistently been meeting criteria 2, 3, and 4. That was never in question, right? So the question was, can we reclassify? Knowing all of that, having gone back, pulling that LPAC data, my answer was this. And I'm sorry, it's not a clear-cut answer. My answer was this. Personally, I think it's appropriate. Get all of these documents together, reach out to CDE. If they tell you it's up to the IEP team to determine whether this student should be reclassified based on the information you shared, then do it. Because all of the criteria was met, case by case. I wasn't prepared to say, well, if he met criteria 2, 3, and 4, and you know he has a 3 and he has a couple of 4s in there, yeah, go ahead, do it. I needed more. I needed more. And at this point, I had to go back and ask myself the question, okay, if this student is making adequate progress and he was just left out of that reclassification group, he in fact did meet all criteria, right? But again, case by case. If a student isn't making adequate progress on the LPAC, okay, because ELD, comprehensive ELD, is Tier 1 core instruction, that means that all students who are English learners are receiving comprehensive ELD, with or without an IEP. If I have that 4th, 5th, 6th grade student who is not making progress, guess where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go to that ELD class and see what is happening. And I'm not saying I'm gonna go there to see what the teacher is doing, no. I'm gonna see how the disability might be impacting and how might language acquisition be then layered on top that disability manifestation. That's why I would go there. That's where I would use some of the protocols that we shared for the observation in the ELD class, because there might be things we're missing. There might be things we're missing. It's not your fault, their fault, his fault. No. Team lift, you guys. Team lift. Important for us to take a look at why progress isn't being made. Yes, Lupita.
Just want to validate the questions being posed in the chat because these are very thoughtful questions.
Absolutely.
And it's evident that you, those of you posing the questions, are being very reflective and very honest with yourselves and perhaps with your colleagues if you're sitting with a team about your current, what you're seeing, right? Current practices, and they may be as a result of gaps in practice, gaps in knowledge, gaps in resources, all of the above. And so again, we want to reiterate that our support here through these types of professional development opportunities are to provide a space, and I'll quote my friend, a brave space, where we can pose these questions and then take them back to the table with folks that may help us move the needle. We all have a responsibility, teachers, support staff, administrators, to take these questions, be reflective, and implement or refine our current practices so that we don't continue to see what is concerning to us. Just want to validate and acknowledge that these questions are appreciated, and it's demonstrative of you being very thoughtful and wanting to be key players in supporting and encouraging other colleagues, and most importantly, our kiddos. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, and I really do want to highlight that these opportunities for us to connect with you practitioners statewide and locally really is to provide us with that space to be reflective and to be engaged, to really develop our collective expertise, because at the end of the day, as we develop our collective expertise, our students benefit. They really do, and that's what's at the center of the work that we do. So again, just to summarize and bring it all together, when we're looking at reclassification, specifically criteria 1, ELP assessment, there are 3 pathways that students with disabilities can take. Pathway 1, which is available for all students, is the LPAC, pathway 1. For students with disabilities who are English learners, they have access to accommodations now in the LPAC for one or all domains. Pathway 2, alternate LPAC, students with an active IEP with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Pathway 3, domain exemptions. 3 pathways to reclassification via criteria 1. When our English learner students have demonstrated that they've in fact acquired the necessary English skills to be academically successful without specialized supports, they are reclassified as fluent English proficient. Upon being reclassified, there is a requirement that we monitor the progress of our students who are reclassified for a minimum of 4 years to ensure correct classification, placement, and additional academic support as needed. So we recognize this was a hefty session with a lot of information, with a lot of untied ends. But we hope to have provided you with some resources to continue these conversations at your sites, and that you're already thinking who else needs to be part of the conversation. Who do you need to bring into the fold? Because remember, team lift. Team lift. You need to build your team, your multidisciplinary team, because there is great support when you bring that together. And there is more of a possibility to move the needle in the direction that we want to move it to better serve our students. You have access to the reclassification workbook electronically. Those of you in person, you have the printed version as well as access to the electronic one. Please utilize this tool with your teams to engage in meaningful discussion, reflective discussion, to perhaps consider actionable next steps. Or if you're still in that thought process, absolutely use it for that as well. We hope to have provided you with the necessary resources and supports to engage in this important conversation and this important work of improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. We invite you to visit us at icoe.org/SELPA, to reach out to us via email at improving_el_SWD@icoe.org, or to tweet us at EL_SWD. We thank you for your time and your attention. Your efforts go noticed day in and day out, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day.